Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl, Senior Economist. Tracy, good morning. How are you?
All right. Good morning, all.
Well, we had a quiet night last night. And I woke up this morning and ranges are small. For most of the markets, not a lot of excitement. What the heck happened?
Like you said, we had a quiet overnight so far as attacks are concerned on infrastructure in the Gulf states. So that is good news. We did have a Russian flagged supertanker pass through the Strait of Hormuz into the Persian Gulf, marking a rare passage for one of the nation's ships. Traders scrutinize every transit through the war-hit waterway. The vessel came and was unloaded at Karg Island and then exited after the destination. And now the vessel is showing 4 orders. That means that it has no clear instructions for its next port of call. But it's kind of should note that what we're really seeing is tankers dropping off oil to Iran, not just transiting the strait with oil. So just something to note. So we really don't have any tankers that are passing through from Gulf states to the rest of the world. Moving on to the tech sector, we had TSMC reported a 35% increase in quarterly revenue, suggesting global AI chip demand remains intact during the first weeks of the war in the Middle East. The chipmaker for NVIDIA and Apple reported revenue for the first quarter of $35.6 billion, beating projections after sales in March alone rose 45%. Moving on in tech, we have maybe a cyber risk problem with Anthropic. I guess Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell summoned Wall Street leaders to an urgent meeting on concern that the latest artificial intelligence model from Anthropic will usher in a greater era of cybersecurity risk. I guess Anthropic's Mythos is a more powerful system than the AI firm has said and is capable of identifying and exploiting vulnerabilities in every major operating system and web browser when directed by a user to do so. So some concerns on that this morning. Moving on quickly, B of A says investors should flock into commodities for the next few years as they benefit from global geopolitical and macroeconomic turmoil, according to Michael Hartnett. He's their big commodities analyst there. Stocks would be replaced by commodities as the biggest winner of the anything but bonds trade for the rest of the 2020s as investors seek protection against risk inflation, a weaker dollar. And a weaker dollar, fiscal excess means that the next few years are more likely to see bear market rallies in government bonds, but no bull market. And then last but not least, we have some insider trade going on in Washington. I guess the White House sent an internal staff-wide email that warned employees against using confidential information to place trades on financial markets and the fast-growing event betting platforms. This warning comes after a series of recent well-timed and profitable bets raised questions about the potential insider trading around Donald Trump's decision-making on military maneuvers in Iran and Venezuela. Shocking, I know. And then moving on for data today. At 8:30, we have CPI and core CPI. This is going to be our first clue into inflation. This is finally going to be March data. And then at 10, University of Michigan sentiment and 1-year and 5 to 10-year inflation expectation. I think that's going to be important, too, to see how has, if any, sentiment deteriorated in markets. So keep an eye on that 10 o'clock data as well.
Wow. All right. Well, so Shy, let me just ask you this. CPI, is it going to finally be a big deal this year? I read today.
Well, I think it'll be interesting. It will. It's March's numbers, so we'll see how inflation has filtered into the system. You have to remember for core CPI, that filters out energy. The Fed is willing to look past the energy print, particularly on a geopolitical issue, because it's transitory. I hate that word, but that is, those are Powell's words, not mine. So.
Got it. Yeah. Awesome stuff. Before we bring Blake in, I do want to suggest everybody check out. Tracy wrote a Substack on the prime lending crisis. It's awesome. Get a chance, follow her on X, and you could check that Substack out. So good job, Tracy. Any event, it's time. Let's bring in the man, the pip czar, the one and only Blake Morrow. Blake, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, TGIF. And Tracy, your hair looks amazing. Jim, is that a velvet shirt?
No.
On camera, it looks velvet. I was like, man, I just want to like touch your shirt. It looks amazing.
No,
Blue
it's kind of like
Remember that movie? Blue Velvet?
Yeah, that's right. And you know what? I'm excited to say that if you wear that shirt next weekend in Miami, I will touch it if you're wearing it. So
this might be a little too heavy for
weird.
Miami. It might be a little too heavy. I'll have a linen shirt though. You could touch all you want, Blake.
Oh, I don't think I'm going to touch you. Believe it or not.
Oh man, you got my hopes. You got my hopes up, and now you're just letting me down right away.
All right, let's move on, gentlemen.
All right. Anyway, so Shai, you said something. Let's start with Shai. You said something interesting about commodities being the play. I'm looking at Dr. Copper. Dr. Copper's creeping up to $6 again. It's the one that's kind of slowly grinding back up again. So that's kind of I'm a little bit bullish on. I'm bullish long-term copper and short-term. So I just wanted to follow up with you on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've been talking about this. The fundamental story is still there. You need a ton of copper for data centers. They don't, we are in a supply deficit starting in 2026, only to grow out to 2040, believe it or not, just because mine capacity has not kept up. There's been no capex in the industry, and a lot of our mines are very old, and that means that you have degradation of the ore. So the fundamental picture is still there. It's not, we saw a pullback during this Iran crisis in metals across the board, but it looks like they're all starting to find some footing here a little bit.
Yeah, Blake, I'm looking at the futures markets. So these are the CME Group COMEX markets. So these are priced in U.S. dollars, right? And so when you see this kind of divergence between like copper and silver, copper and gold, they're both priced in U.S. dollars. What's that kind of mean to the currency pairs?
Well, right now, surprisingly, it hasn't meant a lot. I see this explosion higher in some of these base metals, my automatic attention goes to, well, what's the Aussie dollar doing, or what is some of the commodity currencies, like what's the Kiwi doing, and they're not really doing a whole lot, but they have moved, but they moved for the last couple of days as we were going into this ceasefire. So. I'm surprised that they're not following a little bit more, and I'm surprised that the dollar isn't a little weaker, maybe even across the board. I think what's we're seeing in the currency market is a little bit of bubbling of carry trades today and yesterday as well. So I think that's more kind of interesting to me right now.
So what currency pairs would you include in the carry trade?
Well, definitely like any of the emerging market currencies, like the Mexican peso. I have to say the Mexican peso looks extremely strong, and it's hard to say, is it all, risk appetite, or is it a little bit of USMCA negotiations sprinkled into that, as we've heard a lot from and I'm trying to think of his name right now, the Commerce Secretary, who's been talking a lot about what's happening with in our trade, U.S. trade representatives. So the Mexican peso looks extremely strong, and the rand actually looks pretty strong as well. Those are two central banks that I tend to follow that have higher interest rates than your normal G10 currencies or central banks.
I got it. So, Shai, are you following the Mexican peso? I just put it up on my screen for the first time, and it's this thing has been rallying pretty intensely since I don't know, February 7th. And then look at today's candle. It's pretty crazy big. So I don't really follow this currency pair too much, but Shai, do you know anything about the Mexican peso?
No, I don't, but I know that Blake has a correlation with the U.S. equity markets about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and I call her Salma Hayek. We that's her nickname. We love to trade Salma. She's a beauty, and I'll tell you what, what's surprising, Jim, about the Mexican peso is you would think that these carry trades would have gotten unwound over the last month. When the U.S. starts bombing potentially, what some people feel are another nuclear state like Iran, you would have thought the Mexican peso would have absolutely just gotten, gotten crushed, but it hasn't. And that's something that is very impressive to me. And that's why I think that the Mexican peso looks very strong. And if we do get a recovery and we get a bit of a ceasefire, and let's say it actually persists, and by the way, there maybe even if some Ukraine Russia situation settles down a little bit, this Mexican peso could really take off. We could be trading a lot higher than we are right now.
Got it. I did have mole sauce last night on my chicken, by the way, but that's a side note.
For those of you that trade, if you trade ETFs, you can also follow the EWW, which is a good ETF that follows Mexico or emerging markets.
Well, that was a good segue, though. Shai, Blake mentioned ceasefire. Everyone's kind of sus on how long this thing is going to last. Like really last. What's the buzz on this?
Well, so I mean, I think we're going to have to see. We still have discrepancies between the U.S. and Iran, a lot of discrepancies. They want Lebanon included in this, which that has not exactly let up yet by any stretch of the imagination. I guess President Trump told Netanyahu to chill out a little bit in that realm and pull back some of those operations, but we haven't really seen that happen yet. Supposedly, we're going to have Israel and Iran meet in Washington next week by proxy to see if they can work that out. But it doesn't seem, the Strait of Hormuz is fundamentally closed, essentially. We only had 8 ships go through yesterday. Generally, that's 138 ships. So we really will have to see what these negotiations look like at this weekend in Pakistan. And I guess there was some confusion earlier whether or not Iran was going to show up or not, but apparently both parties are on their way to Pakistan, and so they are scheduled for meetings on Saturday.
Well, that might be encouraging. It'll be interesting to see how risk assets close. We're going to have the CPI reaction to everything probably, but then by the end of the day, we're going to have the decision for risk assets. Where do we want to position ourselves going into this weekend, right? And, it could result in some really good stuff or some really bad stuff. I mean, there's an extreme potential here over the weekend, right? Blake, what do you think?
Yeah, I think so too. And I'm listening to Tracy, just what you're talking about. I'm actually not so worried about the Iran US conversations right now. I think they're going to try to work through some of these talking points. I'm more concerned about what's happening with Israel and Hezbollah, like on Monday. I think that's like the bigger risk, because that's Israel seems like that rabid dog that everybody's trying to corral and having a difficult time with. But Jim, when you're talking about positioning, cash is a position, and I think if you capitalized on this week's rally in risk, and even over the last couple of days, in this consolidation, if you're trying to put in fresh positions ahead of the weekend, maybe you have some sort of insight that I don't have, but I think there's a lot of wild cards out there, and I think it's a bit of a risky proposition in either direction, to be honest.
Yeah, we have Sunday. There could be a lot of gapping risks, and particularly on Fridays, we have been seeing oil rally and index markets down. We'll see if that happens again this Friday, but that's kind of been the pattern that we've been seeing throughout this conflict, because people are unsure of what's going to happen on the weekend. And so that risk is still there. What if those talks fall apart? So I agree with Blake. Cash is the position. If you had a good week, you don't need to risk going into the weekend holding anything.
Right. And Tracy, I wanted to ask like your opinions on this specifically. Crude oil, I know even going back a few weeks, we discussed how important like this $95 level is in WTI. Isn't it interesting that yes, we have these ceasefire and the stock market's really optimistic. Obviously, you have equities have rallied substantially. You've seen the dollar sell off, but crude oil is just really stuck in the mid 90s or high 90s. Is that because we're going to have some supply shocks down the road? Why aren't we getting like a complete capitulation of crude oil longs at this point, in your view?
Well, I think because we still have 11 million barrels a day offline in the Middle East, production-wise, we still effectively don't have any crude transiting the strait. They're mostly going to pick up or drop off from Karg Island, which is Iranian-based. And so the longer this lasts, the longer it's going to take for the supply chains to sort themselves out again. We saw this during COVID. Supply chains don't fix themselves overnight, and particularly with this amount of crude oil offline and GCC nations kind of in that wait and see, because we really don't have any more storage, so they can't just start production again, which takes, again, weeks to start production back up, and then have talks fall apart or something of that nature, and then they've got nowhere to put this oil. So they're not really willing to start right now. And so we still have, and we've had that much offline for almost 5 weeks now. That's a huge dent in supply. And so I think that's why, I think oil prices are going to stay elevated, higher for longer. I keep saying, even if the Strait opens tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to pop up a monthly chart on crude oil really quickly here, and this is how I'm thinking about your question, Blake. This is a monthly chart, right? So I'm looking at February and March, and you can see these big shadows at the top of the candles, these two candles. In my mind, that's escalation uncertainty. Right? Are we going to escalate or de-escalate? This is when prices get up here. In the middle here, from where we broke out, pre-war to the middle, is damage done. So I'm thinking, all right, there's been a lot of damage done. Tracy just articulated what that is, and now it's like, all right, this is the new pricing regime, and we're seeing on a daily chart anyway. Since the war started, the point of control is, like you said, Blake. It is $95, and it's been there. That was that March 9th close. It was $94.77, and that's been price hit. It keeps gravitating back to that. So again, I'm kind of like in this damage done price happiness level right now, and then when the dust settles, the dust settles. That's how I'm looking at it.
But when President Trump says, when this is over, we're going to see a collapse in gas prices and crude oil prices. Do you really think that's going to happen? I mean, based on what you were just saying, Tracy, do you think that's even going to happen? Is it even possible? I just don't believe it.
No, absolutely not. And then there's also other things that you have to factor in. Now, Iran has said they're going to charge $1 equivalent for every barrel of oil a tanker is carrying. That could be, $1 to $2 million, depending on how big the ship is, and that's going to be passed on to the end consumers ultimately. So there are still a lot of factors that are going to keep prices elevated. I don't think they'll initially collapse by any stretch of the imagination because of all the extra added costs. Plus, think about insurance. Insurance costs are going to be much higher than they were prior to the war. There's just a lot of monetary factors that go into transporting barrels of oil. It's not just it's a flip of a switch and everything's back to normal. In fact, I don't think anything is going to be back to normal. Iran has effectively said we're going to control the strait and we're going to control how many ships can pass through the strait and through our toll booth, essentially. And so if they start limiting that number, which they have so far, they said they would only allow 10 to 12 ships a day. So far, we haven't even seen that much since that agreement was made. In fact, we saw more before that. So there's a lot of factors involved right now and a lot of uncertainty. So I don't think we're going to see the oil price crash anytime soon.
I think this might be the new normal, which is sad for everybody.
At least for a while. Yes.
Yeah. So what is the what is the forward curve tell us right now, Tracy, if anything?
Well, so we're in extreme backwardation right now, right? Okay. And so that is generally bullish for markets because you expect prices to go higher if you're investing out the back of a curve. Say if you're a hedge fund manager, you love backwardation because you expect prices to move higher over time. And in this particular case, that is going to be the case because we are lacking supply on the back end. And so you're going to be selling for higher on the front end.
Right. And then just really quickly explain backwardation to folks who don't know what that is.
So backwardation is when you have the curve sloping downward from the upper left-hand corner down to the right-hand corner. Contango would be the opposite. And that's generally when you have an oversupply in markets.
So in that situation, for instance, December crude in the futures market would be priced lower than it is now.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's that. We'll see what happens today. Today will be an interesting day. Let's go to interest rates. Treasury bonds are still, we're still above this kind of this. Let me pop up a chart really quickly here and just show you my hamburger bun because we're still above it right now. This area of resistance, that 114 level. This is a 30-year Treasuries. We're trading above it again, still by the skin of our teeth. We have two back-to-back dojis right now, and it kind of seems like it's pausing also, but it's pausing a little bit higher. It's not in that 113 handle anymore. I don't know if this is a temporary situation or maybe we're going to start trading at a higher level here in the bonds. What do you guys think?
Well, I think that we're still in a very, very big consolidation. And I think that those lows that are on your screen, actually, if you just zoomed all the way out, we're in a big triangle. And those lows are really important. Those lows have to hold. If those lows don't hold, we're going to see a lot lower, ZBs. I'm assuming you're looking at the ZBs, so it's so small on my screen for me. Yeah. I think those are really, really important levels in the weeks ahead too. So
yeah.
And it's flagging. It's flagging on the weekly.
Yes, right? Yes, flagging yes, exactly. Which is not you guys. I know I've said this a lot even on this show is that when you have a consolidation at the bottom end of a trend like in this, like what Tracy just illustrated for all of you, it's a flag or a pennant. It's just a bearish consolidation, which means the tendency is for a continuation lower at some point. Because if you look out, you just put 5 years worth of data on a chart. All we're doing is we're just consolidating at the bottom of it, which is not a good sign.
I'm looking back to October of 23 is where I'm looking at the start.
Yeah. There you go. Real nasty look. But it's interesting. If everybody thinks that rates are eventually going to go higher, yields are going to go higher, global, yields are going to move higher. This all makes sense. And, and you just said it, Tracy, when you were, rattling off some of the news that had happened overnight, ABB, anything but bonds, this would illustrate ABB for you.
Well, we'll see what happens here. I'm looking at my weekly. I've got my Morningstar pattern kicking in, my bullish reversal pattern, but I see the flag now that Tracy mentioned it, so now I'm worried. We'll see what happens. Oh my goodness. Any event, can we pivot? We have time up. We have data coming up a little bit. We're going to bring Prax in a couple minutes. Let's just kind of get to take a peek at gold really quickly. What's happening with gold? Are central banks buying or selling, Tracy?
Central banks are buying. We just got we got PBOC. China, they bought the most that they bought in 17 months. They bought 5 tons of gold in the month of March. That does mark the 17th month that they have bought gold, but this is the most gold that they've ever bought. So definitely we're still seeing that. We are seeing some swaps in Turkey is doing some currency swaps for gold, but that's really the only central bank we see selling at this point. So central banks are still buying.
Blake, before we get to PAX, we're going to get him in a second, everybody, and then we're going to follow the CPI print, which may or may not be a big deal. But real quick, gold priced in U.S. dollars here on my chart. Blake, what are you thinking?
Well, we're at the 50% of this entire chart that you have here. So from that the I guess that would be all-time highs, right? All the way down to that spike low.
Yeah,
that's 50%. And if you take that little shaded area, we're basically testing we just tested previous support. So it's a double confluence in my view. You know, we have to break basically 48.50. We break 48.50. It's a bullish view. I mean, I'm trying to find different levels to be on the long side of gold just because I missed that spike low. So I it's going to be interesting to see what the reaction is here because you are at that mid range, 50% retracement, previous supports acting as current resistance. All key.
Yeah, I like it. That makes sense. Let's get Pax in here right now. We got to get Pax in here for Unenjoyment Friday. Pax, how are you?
It's CPI, not unemployment, unenjoyment.
Oh, that's right. It's CPI. I got it backwards. My bad.
I'm great. I'm great. And that's so Blake, that is the exact it's 48.60, 48.50, 60 is the halfway point. So in gold, if you want to for those of you that like picking tops, that's your short area. Yeah. If we get above 48.60, you're out of those shorts and you're long. Don't trade them anywhere near here unless you're going to trade them from a shorter time frame. But yeah, great conversation, you guys.
Pax, you mapped it out perfectly, and this is like as a trader, what we can control is our risk. Mm-hmm. So you see your levels, you see the levels you want to trade. And, as long as your risk is manageable from there, that is your control. And so if as you said, if you get stopped out or if you're wrong, it's okay to be wrong. Just don't stay wrong. Just, get stopped out, go the other direction or, get stopped out and look for another trade.
Right. Don't let a trade turn into an investment. It's always a bad, and don't average in losses. Those are some like we were talking about before the show started, before we all came on, all of the things that I talk about are things that I've done 100,000 times. Don't repeat some of the bad things I've done. Learn from what we've done. Hey, Tracy, you look beautiful. And, and great discussion earlier about the Hormuz Strait and the price of gold. And what I think is interesting, not gold, crude, but what I think is interesting, what I thought was the most interesting thing all day that's not being talked about widely is that China bought how many tons of gold? And why is that?
5 tons.
5 tons. Why? We all have to be, why? I mean, we'll never know why, but it's a question to ask.
Let's hold that thought for a second.
We got stockpiling.
Let's hold that thought for 1 second, Shai. Because tell us about what we're up against here with the CPI and what we're looking for, because that number's coming out pretty soon.
Yep, data's coming up in 1 minute. So for CPI year over year, survey is 3.4%. Prior was 2.4%. And for core CPI, survey is 2.7%. Prior was 2.5%. I did go look at the banks. Everybody's pretty much in line, just a decimal place off or two, so there was no wild divergence between banks. Everybody pretty much came in line in their guesstimation. So we'll see how that pans out. And then month over month will be interesting too. That's supposed to have risen to on CPI 0.9% from 0.3%, and on month over month on core, only up slightly for the survey. All right, so we have CPI month over month came in on par, 0.9%. Core CPI month over month came in at 0.2%, same as prior. Year over year core came in at 2.6%, higher than prior, lower than expected, and we also had weekly earnings and hourly earnings came out. There was no survey on that, but they were lower than prior.
Wow.
Yeah, bonds rallied a few ticks. Equities are pumping up higher a little bit as well. Nothing extreme. I don't see anything extreme, but some movement on that.
Well, I think the market really liked the fact that it wasn't stronger than expected, and some of this data coming in weaker than expected has sent the dollar selling off again, and we're seeing like the euros, back on the bid. We've got commodity currencies that are rallying. I mean, risk is rallying at this point. Gold's firm. I mean, this is good for consumers, if you will, that this data is not as strong as expected.
Yep.
Yeah, well, it's coming.
Yeah, right. Don't get too excited, right?
Yeah, right. It's coming is right.
Yeah, but hey, enjoy the day, right? I mean, hey, we're not gonna have any aggression. It's the Masters weekend. President Trump's gonna be watching golf all weekend, like the rest of us. So at least some of us. So enjoy the day, right?
Yeah. Well, on that note, today is Capital Preservation Friday. Let's just go over the lineup really quickly for the rest of the day, because me and Pax are going to be hanging out together for quite some time, and then we're also going to have a really talented young. I'm going to call them young because they're young to me, traders. XYZ and Chris are going to be joining at Midday Markets, and then Lumi and Stowe are going to also jump in. There's going to be some overlap with them, and then Lumi and Stowe will take us all the way to 1 o'clock. We're going to 1 o'clock on Fridays now, so that's coming up here in NinjaTrader Live. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for the subscriptions and the thumbs up. Well, we have a couple of minutes left. Let's just get some final words from Shai and from Blake. Shai, you go first.
So, it's Capital Preservation Friday. You had a good week, keep it light. You don't need to be messing with these crazy markets. Definitely think about not holding over the weekend because you never know what could happen. And you don't want to face some crazy gapping risk on Sunday night. So just be careful out there.
Blake?
Yeah, I'm gonna reiterate exactly what Tracy said. It is Capital Preservation Friday. I love the fact that you guys have that as an actual show. As I was telling Pax yesterday on Twitter or on X, I'm like, I started reducing all my dollar positions yesterday. I actually got out of the euro pretty close to where we're at right now, and after being long pretty much all week long, and I'm just looking for the gaps and seeing. Oh, also, as I said earlier today, the Israeli Hezbollah discussions or talks, that I would like to be a fly on the wall in those discussions. That's actually happening on Monday, I believe. And so I think that's where the risk resides. So whatever happens over the weekend, you see some gapping risk, just keep in mind that is to come early in the week. And I think that's where the friction's going to lay. So.
Wow. All right. Well, that's good advice. Yeah, we'll see. Today's gonna be interesting. Like as we started off, right? It's like, all right, we have the CPI reaction, and now we're gonna see what happens with risk assets going into the close for this weekend. It could be interesting trading day today, by the way. So having said all that, Blake, really appreciate you being here with us this early in the morning, as usual. Folks, if you aren't following him on X, if you're on X, you should. The Pips are. You can find him at the Pips are and Forex Analytics, I think, is the firm that you're behind, right, Blake?
Yes, sir. And I just want to say, I hope I get to meet all of you in Miami next week. All of you at home, you should join us there. But I'll still be here next week. I'll see you guys late in the week next week, and then look forward to seeing you all in Florida.
Very awesome. Tracy, you are the undisputed best. Thank you for everything, and I will talk to you later today.
Thanks,
Hey,
guys.
see you next Friday, Blake. See you next Friday, Trace.
Oh man, I love Fridays. Just
Me, me,
love
me too. Me too.
Fridays.
I love Mondays. Yeah, everybody complains about Mondays. I love Mondays. I
Oh
can't
yeah.
wait for Monday to come.
Yeah, yeah. Mondays, yeah. It's after the weekend. For me, it's like, all right, did I survive the weekend? Yes or no?
Yeah,
So that's
Tracy, Tracy's advice about capital preservation Friday is so important, and that's why I came up with the concept, in my own life and in my own trading, and I coined the phrase on Twitter, capital preservation Friday. You know why? Because I've ruined way too many weekends in my life by trying to do too much on Friday, and especially in this environment. If you had a decent week,
yeah,
keep the money. Don't double up and triple up just because you can.
yeah.
That's always it's a passport to poverty.
Yeah,
Passport to
I
poverty.
used to a long time ago. I mean, I used to fall into the trap where it was Friday, and I used to have this dollar objective, right? I want to be up this much money by Friday, so at the end of the day, then I'm going to withdraw some of this and I'm going to shoot it over into my personal account. I'm just making it up. I'm $800 away from my goal. I'm going to easily get that today. It's Friday, and guess what happens?
Yeah, you wind up dropping it.
Yeah. No
Yeah, of
payout for
course.
me, and I didn't meet my goal, and I ruined it because I was chasing P&L instead of looking for setups.
Chasing P&L is absolutely what I mean. So, yeah, I never had a dollar amount. I never wanted to limit myself. I want to make another $800 or $1,000 or whatever. But I would come in and think, okay, I'm up. Whatever. I'm up X amount. I want to see if I can make another 10, 20, 50 or 100, and I'd wind up blowing whatever I made for the week, or I'm down money. I had a rough week. I overtraded yesterday's open, or I did this, or I did that. And I am going to make it back today. I'm going to wind up even. I got to get my money back. I can't. This is the worst part of it. Okay, I cannot end the weekend down money. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Take your expenses or take your loss. And close it down for the week and come back
Yeah.
fresh and new next week. There's we used to call after Europe's closed 10:30. Nobody was in the pit on Friday in the
Yeah.
NASDAQ pit. Nobody was in there except for the people that were down money.
Yeah.
So in the afternoon, we called the power hour the losers hour. This is the losers club. Welcome to the losers club. Anybody that was in the pit at that point was down money. The losers club.
Well, all right. But Tim in the chat is asking a question, and it's a good question, Tim. It's like, what happens when you come into Friday and you're already having a bad week? You're already down money this week. It's Friday. You're down money. What's the strategy there?
You wait for your setup. That setup has got to be very clear. You have to have real good clarity as to what that market is going to try to do. You take that trade, but keep your stops tight and do not do it more than once or twice. If the trade works, good. You waited for your setup, you manage your process, you manage your trade. If it doesn't work, don't keep pressing it and never add to a loss. Never, ever add to a loss. That we're traders, we're not investors. Do not dollar cost average a trade, especially when you're down money, especially on a Friday. Just come back next week, we're not going to do anything today. If we do something today, it's going to be a headline-based thing. Something accelerates in Iran, or there's something going on with the peace talks, or CPI is out. The trading day is over. Now, those of you who are struggling for the week and you're down money, I got to get back my money. I cannot go into the weekend. Just maintain whatever it is that you've got. Come in Monday. We're going to have plenty of opportunity next week. Another general rule of thumb: don't make a trading decision based upon your past trades. Make a trading decision based upon what the market is doing at the time. Preserve and protect your capital. Don't trade your capital. Trade your process. Don't trade your P&L. And you'll be here for those really, really good trades, those really big trades that might be next week. They're not going to be today. Yeah. And don't make trades based on your P&L today.
That's a great advice. I was going to go with Bloody Mary when you wake up and then transition to Power Hour to gin martinis. But your answer was way better than mine. Just saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's plenty to be said about that. Go play golf, go work out, go do something other than sit in front of the screens. Now, there might be something to do today. Who knows what happens when the market opens in an hour. There might be all kinds of things to do. I don't think so, and I'm anticipating nothing. But if there's something to do, I'll be here and I'll do it with you. We'll do it together. That's it, right? Nice and easy.
So, Pax, let's talk about the E-mini S&P. This is I noticed this morning. I kind of did a napkin measurement from the calendar year highs to where we're trading at right now, and we're only down. And remember, the all-time highs in S&P. And that was on January 28th. We're only down 2.41% from that, which just is. It's astonishing to me. I mean, this V-shaped kind of move back up is just really, really it's just fantastic.
It is. I mean, it was a great trade. There was plenty of opportunity this week. When was it? Tuesday, that the peace the peace talks came out. We rallied like crazy.
Yeah. That was Wednesday. Yeah.
So all of the levels that we have talked about, were traded to and through. I think it's a terrible idea to, when we're trading at 64, 40, at that swing level or, below it, to say that's it. The S&P isn't going any lower, and then you take a stand. That's a bad idea, dude. Yeah. A good idea is to say, if we get above 64.40, I want to be along with the stop there. There's a big difference. And if you don't understand the difference, don't trade that way. What is it that everybody says on Twitter to try to sound smart is, few will understand. I can't, whenever I see phrases like that, I just scroll past. But, you really do need to understand the difference. If you're going to sit there and say, that's it, we're not going anywhere, I am picking a bottom here, you won't last very long as a trader. You'll make a lot of money, but you'll wind up blowing it. But if you say, I want to be, if we reclaim 64.40, I'm going to get long there, and I'm going to take them up to 60. Now, remember these levels, 65.94, that's the quarterly pivot, 65.94. Once we get above 65.94, I am definitely going to be long because it changes the entire tenor of this trade. What the market does on the downside, the market under 65, please understand this concept. Whatever the market does under the quarterly pivot, the market will do above the quarterly pivot, and it will do so in equal measure. 65.95 or 65.94 is the quarterly pivot. The low of this move, I'm looking at RTH, is 63.59.75. That's a difference of 254 points. So once we get above 65.94, you want to be long because you've got 254 points into this. That takes you to 68.30, which was where we rallied to and kind of churned up until yesterday. Wow. So now above 69.54, you're going to take profit at 66.58. That was the third quarter's quarterly pivot from last year, 66.58. You're going to add above 66.58 to 67.27, which is just a little way station in the middle, up to December's quarterly pivot, which sets the tone for the entire year, 67.96. and we're going to add above that to 68.30, and then you take the money at that equidistant swing. Now, once we close above 68.30, that gives us another 254 points. That takes us to all-time highs. 70.65, I think, is the price.
Let me interject real quick there at that point. So we have this equal distance swing up, right? We it's about 250 handle or whatever. I just did a real rough napkin calculation. We're a little bit over that right now, and so this equal distance move is complete. So now I think what you're saying is you got to look at another equal distance to the upside as a potential.
Right. So that, So that what the market does on the downside, the market will do on the upside, and it will do so in equal measure. And the same thing on the downside. So that takes us to 70.60, but we have the yearly opening range standing in our way at 69.02. All of you guys who have been listening to this show every Friday ought to know every single one of these levels, except for the 250 point swings. So now up to 69.02, and then last year's upside target, which was 69.83, and then that takes us up to 70.60. 70.60. Somebody wrote, Smart Chuck wrote, if it wasn't for chaos, we would be much higher. If and buts were candy and nuts, what a wonderful world this would be. Who cares about ifs and buts? If only my ex-wife wasn't, I'd still be married with 50 million. It's, if only I didn't go to work January 3rd, 2000, I wouldn't have lost $1.5 million. So trade what is in front of you. Trade the setup. Trade exactly what is happening in the market at that time, not ifs and buts. Okay. Hope is not a trade plan. Hope is not a trade plan. Hope will lead you into a full-time driving career with Uber. It did me, and it will you. So please be careful.
Yeah, I mean, without these events, the ones that are planned, like economic releases, and the ones that aren't planned, surprise attacks and all this crazy stuff that's going on, you wouldn't have a candle. You wouldn't have a high, a low, open, a close. I mean, it would be easy peasy, right? So all this stuff kind of contributes to price action, and the futures market assimilates this stuff way faster than anything else. I know there's a basis for the futures market. It's based on the cash market, but over time you'll get the sense, and I think it's true, that the futures markets react first.
Right, and quickest. You don't have to. You don't have to. You can sit and watch the risk on model. You're watching the dollar, you're watching gold, you're watching crude, and Nasdaq. Because Nasdaq will get that kind of algo push before the SPOOs do, and you'll see gold explode or gold sell off. By the way, rally means to go higher, not break. Break means to go lower. I saw somebody earlier say that. That always drives me nuts when somebody says gold is trying to break above 4,800. No, gold is trying to rally above 4,800. Break means it's going lower. Anyway, you see that happening, and you're watching the algo push in futures. You know that something is going on someplace, and because the HFTs, which control the market, there's I don't even know how many HFTs there are, and there are thousands and thousands of algos, not just one algo. There's thousands of them.
Yeah.
And they control the market, and you will see that react in real time, long before you and I will ever get the news, even if we get it in real time-ish. You can watch in this stuff. Crude is a leading indicator. For a while, when we were talking about tariffs, bonds were kind of a leading indicator. Now bonds are lagging, and it's crude, it's gold, it's a dollar, and then it's Nasdaq and the indices. So keep an eye on that kind of stuff.
Let's toggle over to NASI real quick while you're mentioning it. Same kind of structure, more or less. We don't have those all-time highs this calendar year. We had them in October, I think, of last year, if my memory serves me correct. But we just took out this kind of swing high that we saw back here on the 25th of February. Well, no, we didn't take it out. That's my target. That's a definitely. I like these swing high targets. I know it's going to be within the scope of your ranges, Pax, but I still like to look at those to see if we can hit them.
Oh, I do too. So Nasdaq, let me. I don't know why I didn't think of doing this
That's
earlier,
all right.
but
Take your time. I just want to mention on the chart that you're seeing on the screen, everybody, all the fast moving averages are crossing above the slow moving averages. When someone says fast moving average versus slow moving average, they mean the fast moving average uses less data to calculate it. In my case, I use the 8-day EMA, or 8 data points on that EMA, and then the longer versions are the 21 EMA. That's the slower one. Then and then the next slower one for me is the 50 EMA, which is the purple line. You can see we're about to cross above that as well, and the crossovers are generally considered bullish. And then we have 150-day simple. That's that yellow dotted line there. We're above that as well. So if someone had to ask me, Jim, which are you, bullish or bearish? We're in a bullish state right now, I think, in NASDAQ.
well, yeah, we are. we're we're bullish. Well, okay, yes, we are. But the Nasdaq is lagging. In the S&P has been leading higher.
Yep.
So the S&P has been a little bit stronger. But yes, this is not bearish. And I know that a lot of people look at. I mean, I know a lot of people are going to say, nah, crude is up near $98, and I get that. We're hovering around 100, and and we were talking, kind of hinting about that earlier about CPI, and we know that inflation is going to go higher because of all of this, and just none of this is ultimately. And I mean, I really thought it was interesting about China, what Tracy said earlier about China buying 5,000 tons of
50 tons or some crazy number.
Yeah, some crazy ton. Yeah, of physical gold. So
did they buy it from you? Did you sell it to them? I mean, I know you have that big closet.
I'm not selling.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I was bidding against them, and I lost. The PBOC won. So I called Joey Jolt to buy more. I called Joey Partapillo in Melrose Park.
Oh God.
So now the real thing here is why are they doing that? So is all of that bullish? I don't know. I mean, I can give you a million reasons why I think the market is going lower, and I do think that the market will close lower than where we are. However, this is a bullish setup. This is not bearish, and picking a top is a fool's errand. As I was kind of describing earlier, it's a fool's errand on the south side of the market. It's a fool's errand on the north side of the market. Trade the setup that you have. Now, okay, all that said, I do think that in the long run that the markets are going to have a hard time, sustaining bids for 1,000 reasons, but crazier things have happened. Yet, from a trading standpoint, and that's what we are. We're traders. This is bullish, and I want to see in the S&P. I want to see 6902 and 6983, and then up to 7060. And in the S&P, in the Nasdaq, the equidistance swing level in the Nasdaq is going to be 25,600. So 25,600, which we haven't quite gotten there yet, equals 6830. So the S&P has been a little bit stronger, or you can make the case that the Nasdaq was just weaker on the downside, which it was. The Nasdaq was weaker, and so it's just lagging in its rally.
Yeah, since that January 28th date that I mentioned for the S&P, it's also the peak high calendar year for the Nasdaq. And comparison-wise, you have the S&P down about 2.4%, and the Nasdaq's down about 3.8%. So it's definitely lagging from a percent point of view, if for any other reason.
Somebody asked, Tom Dog, how do I distinguish a bullish move reversal on bear market or just a face-ripping rally that turns back down? So we're not in a bear market. This is not. We have to close below 20% for it to be considered a bear market. We didn't get anywhere near that. That's 56.40, I think, is the bear market line. This is a bull market. These are bull market breaks, and to be clear, do not stand. There's a lot of reasons for this market to become a bear market, but we're not there yet.
Yeah,
so,
I hate those labels.
I do too.
And who cares if it's a bull market or a bear market? I mean, what I want to know today, what's my bias today? Is because I'm going to be day trading. Am I bullish today? Is that my bias? Or am I bearish today? Is that my bias? That's way more important to me than some random 20% kind of level. So I don't like those labels. I don't like the word "we're in a correction." That implies the market's incorrect at some point. Market's never incorrect. So I don't like those. I don't like those labels. They kind of just mess me up.
The only thing that I know, the only entity that exists in the world right now that I know that tells the truth 100% of the time is the market, and that's the
Price.
period. Right.
Price.
So yeah, I mean, that was a very concise way of trying to say what I was going to say is, yeah, I don't care. I'm going to trade. I'm going to trade my process. I'm going to trade my setup, and that's it. I'm not an analyst. I'm not paid to think. I'm paid to react. And unless you guys are getting paid to analyze the market and to send shit out it's Easter. I'm trying not to swear. To send things out to people, then you guys are traders too. So stop being analysts. React. Have your. I know what prices I'm going to trade before the market opens. If we get there, I'll trade them. If we don't, I won't. And if it's not easy, I don't want it. If it's manageable, I'll take a few. All things that I'll explain later. But man, hope is not a trade plan. It never is. If you put on a trade and you find yourself tensing out and not breathing, and you can feel your cortisol levels rise, and you say a quick Hail Mary for that trade, just get out of it.
Yeah.
Just get out of it.
For sure. By the way, Spencer in chat, so check your spam and junk mail for information on the meetup. And there's probably something in your inbox. We're talking about Miami next week. By the way, Selma's in the chat. Good morning, Selma. Good to see you. Selma's going to be there. Me and Pax are going to be there. But Spencer, check that. And then if you're still having trouble, just shoot out an email to learn@ninjatrader.com, and I'll help you sort it out.
Yes, I hope you guys all come. I am really looking forward to this meetup in Miami, and I'm working on my tan, even though it's cloudy today. That's not my bought off.
Dude, you're a good-looking man without tan or with a tan. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Oh, Jimmy, I don't know. You're much handsomer. Is that a word, handsomer? More handsome.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting a haircut today, so maybe that'll improve things. I don't know. We'll find out.
Oh, I need to get a haircut too. I need a haircut. Somebody asked if I get to celebrate 2 Easters. Yes, we had Easter, Catholic Easter last week, and then Greek Easter. My wife's Greek, so we have Greek Easter this week too. It's Holy Week for Greeks. Although my wife is Catholic, but yes,
Easter is a good time also, for sure. Let's kind of pivot over to gold really quickly here. We just to kind of talk about it a little bit. Are you breaking up? Could you hear me okay, Pax?
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, you're good now.
I hear you.
So gold is kind of coiling right now. I'm borrowing that phrase from Shy Girl, and it certainly is. I mean, all my moving averages are going sideways almost. They're getting kind of all close to being tangled in love right now at that 50% retracement that Blake mentioned right now. And it's one of these markets right now, Pax, where it's a little bit of a mystery to me. I know we got to focus on price and our levels and the quarterly pivots and all that stuff, but still, I don't really have a sense. I don't have a bias right now.
I don't either. The crude. I always call crude gold and gold crude. So if I screw it up, you guys know what I'm talking about.
Gold, baby.
Gold, yeah. Yellow gold, not black gold. So yellow gold. The goal in gold is 48.60, and we reached that. So now the whole swing from 4,100 is complete. The whole long is complete. And if you guys are top pickers, don't stand in front of a running freight train and say I'm going to sell them at 47, 46, or 47. I'm going to get short here at 40. No, wait for it to complete the swing at 48.60. And if you want to get short there with a stop just above it to get long. Because if we can close above 48.60, we're going back to 56.26. But we need 2 closes above 48.60 to confirm that move. Now, it doesn't mean that we're going to scream up there, although I think that we can. It does mean that we'll trade up there. So 48.60 is the dividing line. You are long above it, short below it, period. Now, we are not exactly screaming lower. But if we do underneath 48.60, gold is trading in like 250, 280, $2.80 swings. So underneath 40, you can take them down to 4600 and then back down to 40. Oh, hold on. Let me look. Let me be precise.
That's right. Take your time. Yeah, I mean, at 4,400, buyers stepped in. Like this happened big time from March 23rd all the way to March 26th. And I would say, yeah, I mean, once we start dipping below that 4,400 level, buyers kind of said enough. You know, we have enough drawdown here. Let's get busy. And we've had a nice kind of orderly rally all the way back up to that 50% and where we're at right now. So nothing, no extraordinary, a couple of big green candles, but nothing just to set my hair on fire.
No, I don't really pay any attention to candles, but yes, you're right. So, nothing. I mean, the whole swing is complete. So again, if you want to take a short, you're going to be short at 48.60, and the next big level, you can take profit at 46.5. Underneath there, then this 44.92 is the pivot, the monthly pivot for this contract. So you're looking for 44.92 on the downside. If we can stay below 48.60, we can trade down. We can trade back down to 4,100 eventually. You know, but the lows and the highs are going to be in play. But 48.60 is the dividing line.
All right, so we wicked through that on Wednesday. Couldn't keep the momentum. Came back down about, I don't know, $70 right now is where we're sitting at. And I think you said 44.92, right, on the downside?
44.92 is the pivot for this contract.
Okay. All right.
What month are we trading?
Good question. I have June up on my screen right now, and the June contract
Yeah, I do
traded
too.
about 59,000 so far today. The micro June is traded 167,000 contracts today. And folks, we'll talk about this more in a couple of minutes. But the 1 ounce gold contract's done almost 32,000 today. So it's
Getting there.
It's growing.
Yeah, that 1 ounce contract is getting there, man. That's going to be a decent. That's going to be a really nice contract to trade.
Yeah, every payday I'm going to buy one, put in my pocket.
Look how thin everything is getting right now. You got gold just spiked a little bit. What time is it? Gold just opened. Actually, gold is. Let me tell you what gold's opening range is.
Yeah, spiked over 48.05.
Yeah.
Settled back down immediately though.
Yeah, so it's a little thin right now.
Yeah.
Oh, manaj. There we go. Hold on a second. I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you. Gold's opening range is 98.16 to 98.45. 98.16 to 98.45. So you're going to be long above 45 and short below 16. So there you go. So you're short at 98.16. 98.16. If you guys are trading the opening range, you got a nice short. Gold has been the best opening range trade of any market we have right now. Gold gave us a $20 break from the opening range on Tuesday. The bottom of the opening range on Tuesday was 114. Something's wrong with my mouse. Let me see what it was. It was like 114.14, I want to say. And we traded down to we traded down to 92. No, it was 110 or 109. We traded down to $92. It was great. You know, so gold has been giving crude has been giving us these incredibly great opening range trades. The S&P has not been. The S&P has been more of a swing trade, you know, from those levels that I talked about earlier.
Hey, wait, hang on one sec, Pax. I'm a little slow on the draw here. I thought we were talking for a second. I thought we were talking about gold. Now, and then we switched to crude oil.
I get it confused.
That's okay. But crude oil is where the opening range has been sweet for you. You said
crude has been. Oh no, I see what you did there. Sweet, get it?
Yeah. Light sweet,
yeah,
light sweet,
nice.
baby.
Yeah.
We don't want that heavy sour shit.
No.
Well, yeah, that is just
so
bad.
many things came rushing to my mind right there. Come to Miami, and me and Jim will finish those jokes. We're not going on TV.
Yeah, it won't be. It won't be so much a family show at that point, but it'll be fun.
Especially after Martini O'Clock. I love that line, Martini O'Clock. I use it all the time now.
So wait, hang on one second. So a couple other comments in the chat about Miami. Again, if you were double check your spam, if you filled out the registration form, double check your spam filters and your junk filters. There should be an email waiting for you. If not, send me an email at learn at ninjatrader.com. I'll help you sort it out. All right, sorry about that, Pax.
No, that's a nice email. Learn. Yeah.
It's
Well,
easy
you're
for me.
sitting there thinking about, what am I going to make my email? Should it be kegs at ninja.com? No.
I
Should it
know.
be Jimmy? No. Learn.
I'm thinking about creating a TikTok account. Are you on TikTok?
I am, and I was doing little TikTok videos, but it was too big of a pain in the ass.
Oh, can't you like do a video and then send it to multiple places at the same time?
Yeah. But I think in order for TikTok to be effective, you have to keep it under like a minute, and
Yeah.
I can't keep anything under a minute. You know,
No shit.
so I would do these like 5-10 minute long videos. That, who wants to watch that shit? Who wants to watch some gray haired dude on TikTok talking for 10 minutes? So I stopped doing them. But I ended up getting like, I don't know, 10,000 followers or something. So that was kind of cool.
I don't know. I'm going to sort it out. I got to ask Mike Burke what's going on there. He knows everything.
He does. I need to get on. I need to get on with him and do some things with him.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, we're going to see him in a couple days, so it'll be fun.
So crude. Back to crude.
And by the way, he had dinner with Dan Gramsci last night. I'd love to be on that table just listening.
Not me. I would sit there in a daze. They're too smart. Both of them are too smart. To listen to Dan and Mike together, I'd be. Huh? Well, I'm sorry. Back up. Before you go further, can you go back and explain to me in simple Southside terms what you just said?
Yeah.
Dan Gramsci taught me my first technical analysis class back in 1988 when I was a runner or a brand new clerk. The only thing I got out of that class was that every trade that we make has the potential to make our wildest financial dreams come true. Conversely, every trade we make has the theoretical potential to crush us. Everything else was, it may as well be, to pardon the pun, Greek to me. Pun because I'm married to a Greek. But, and when I get on with Mike Burke, I mean, that poor man has to hold my hand through anything technical because I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing on a computer, except I can buy and click and sell and click, and I can put my stops in, and I can read I can read charts. That's it. I can barely turn my computer on.
Yeah, no, it's everything I've learned about candlestick analysis was from Dan. And, he's able to explain it in a way that marries price action with market psychology and he explains it so simply. It's dangramsci.com, everybody. Go to his website.
Oh, no doubt. And through the years, I should have finished that thought. Through the years, as I matured in this business, I learned a lot about, just plain, technical analysis and the way that the markets work. Human nature hasn't changed in thousands of years, and algos run the markets now, but they're run on human nature. So, the same patterns repeat over and over and over and over again because things don't change, and I learned that from Dan too, along with really, really, in-depth technical analysis. Yeah.
So let's take a real quick peek at silver. We were talking about it like crazy a few weeks ago. It's kind of fallen off a lot of people's radar screen. And
hold on, let me. I'm sorry. I want to complete the thought about crude.
Okay.
So crude has been a great opening range trade. The indices have been a better swing trade. The indices have been a great swing trade, not such a great opening range trade. Crude has been a great opening range trade. So remember earlier we were trading around 98.16 just on the open 7 minutes ago. And I told you wanted to be short there from that opening range. Well, if you did, you've got 60 cents into the trade. So you want to take profit here. You want to take something off here. Dan Grams, I'm spelling it for you in the chat. So watch that level.
Testing lows right now.
Yeah. Well, from a trading standpoint, you're short 98.16s and you're going to take something off around 97.50 to 97.60. So right in here, take some profit here and you're still short part of your unit. So now you can take them lower. Okay. So now you're looking for, I don't know, 95.50, another $2 lower.
Yeah.
Does that not make sense to anybody? Because I really want this to make sense to you. Crude is a great opening range trade, and you've got $1 into the trade right now, and there's huge size on the sell side.
Yeah.
There's huge offers coming in.
Yep. And remember, everybody, that point of control from March 9th close is still the point of control at around $95. So not too far from that either.
No, and you've got and you've got a nice trade. You've got a nice trade on. Got $1 into it. You've taken profit at 97.60. You know, you can add a little bit under here if you want to, but that's how we trade. Okay, that's how we trade. We're not analysts. We're traders. I'm kind of an analyst just because I'm older, but I'm trading. You know, that's how you trade. You have to have a process, and you trade that process.
Yeah.
You know, we outlined the gold trade earlier. I don't trade gold from an opening range standpoint either. I trade gold always from swings. Silver now. Yeah, silver.
Yeah, let's go silver really quickly, and then we're going to toggle to your charts because we're almost to our time here. It's almost 9:15. So let's go to silver first.
I don't even know what to make of silver at this point. I was long silver for a long time. When we broke above the Hunt Brothers high, $50.36, it was like a long-term double top, a long-time double top. And then we had that spike up to, I can't remember what the high was, like 120.
Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. It was up there.
Like 119, right?
The very, 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 very tippy top on my chart is 121.78 half.
Yeah. And so I covered longs up to 113. And when they spiked above it, I thought, oh, that was a terrible out.
Yeah.
And then they got killed. So since then, I've really been paying more attention to gold than I have silver, because nothing is really clear to me in silver. Now, the volume in silver is very good. You know, the volume in silver is decent. But gold has got a lot more open interest. Gold has got a lot more volume. And so I look to trade gold more often than I do silver, unless there's something very clear for me to do. You know, like we were talking about capital preservation Friday earlier. Yeah. You know, when I see something clearly, I'll take it. If I don't, I won't. And silver is definitely one of those sorts of markets. And, you know, I don't want to be long silver at $76, and I sure as shit don't want to be short silver at $76. So I would much prefer trading gold and you always, this is an important concept too. You always want to trade the markets with the heaviest open interest and the heaviest volume.
Yeah, interestingly, and while I'm saying this, let's kind of pivot over to Pax's charts if we can. Let me make sure my stat is right here. I'm going to adjust my market analyzer a little bit so I could see. Hang on, I'm just going to pull it out completely. Let's go to silver. Silver, we got three flavors, right? We have the classic contract. We have the micro, there's a micro silver. We have the 100-ounce silver. That's that new one. That's that sick contract. And that one is done some volume to it. I mean, that one is done 32,000 contracts already. So again, like that 1 ounce gold contract, smaller size, pocket size is available for people to trade as well.
The pocket size gold and silver, and the volume is getting heavier in those markets too. Like we were pointing out earlier, silver, the 1 ounce gold contract is done at 30,000 contracts already this morning. That's a market with growing open interest and growing volume.
And as Jack Gleason pointed out yesterday, he made a great point. He said, as these smaller size, as price appreciates, price gets bigger, the notional value of the smaller size contracts get bigger, and then the volatility gets bigger, and so all of a sudden you've got some real meat on the bone, no matter what size you're trading. And he's got a good point there. And me and you have seen that in the S&P over the years. Oh,
and the NASDAQ especially. And when the NASDAQ started off, we were. I came into the NASDAQ. We were trading around 1,100 in 2 years. In 1998, in 2 years, we rallied up to 4,880, and the open interest was a fraction of what the S&P was, and the volume was a fraction of what the S&P was. But the tick value. Could you guys imagine in the chat? Could you guys imagine trading the NASDAQ for $100 a tick? Because that's what we were.
Yeah.
And when we set that high at 48.82, our ranges all of a sudden were 300, 400, 500 points.
Yeah.
At $100 a tick.
Yeah.
you guys get freaked out at trading at $12.50 a tick. It was $100 a tick. And in non-liquid markets, when bids and offers would dry up, it would be a lot less liquid than this. A lot less liquid than what you guys have seen in busy markets. We'd have 100 points with everybody in the pit, with 200 people competing for the same 50 lot. You're in trouble then. Fortunes were made and lost in minutes.
Yeah.
So people ask me all the time what I prefer. I much prefer screen trading. I don't want to live through that again.
Oh, different animal, man. I mean, different animal. I know. Screen trading is nice. Screen trading is nice once you get in the groove, once you get it, and once you have the right setup.
Yes.
Once you have the right equipment, once you have that right internet connection, all that stuff's important, everybody. Make sure the only thing you can control is your setup. You can't control price. You can't control any. As soon as that order leaves your house, or your office, wherever you trade from, you can't control it. So,
Nothing.
but in your house, you can, right? So, hey, PCs are cheap these days. I'm just saying.
A quick note about Jack. I love that guy. We were going to have dinner we're going to have dinner a couple of weeks ago. We do need to spend some time and get together. I really do respect him. And that is a very, very, he's young, he's in his 30s, but that is a very, very wise perspective about the price of gold. Everybody else has got their heads in, all of you guys have your heads in, very myopic view of trading and a very myopic view of the markets. And you're looking for ticks and points. If you can widen your gaze and you can take a more objective look at things, you're going to be able to see the truth of the matter in a much deeper form than what you would, in the hamster wheel of trading for ticks.
Pex, I don't know what myopic means, but I'm going to go with you on that. But now is the time. We are entering our very special segment here. This segment is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. So we're going to dig into a conversation about the micros, about the pocket-sized contracts, about trading side by side with the E-minis and the micros, or as I would call it, the classic and the micros. Pax is going to demonstrate some techniques on how to do that. Just real quickly, the CME offering. We started talking about the last 15-minute segment with all these different alternatives for different traders who have different levels of risk, different amount of risk capital, right? Everybody's different in this world. So there is you have a menu, you have an assortment of different opportunities that you could apply to your personal situation.
Right.
Oh, man. Anyway.
It was very good. So, there is, all of us are at different levels of, capital, and all of us are at different levels of experience. All of us are at different levels of maturity in our lives. I retweeted the Mission Control had clipped a piece of you and I talking a few weeks ago about Lenny Feldman's great line about ego and trading, and with that, the thought occurred to me. It's paraphrased from a Chinese poet: "Success is as light as a feather, and few are strong enough to carry it." Anybody can make money trading these markets. It doesn't take a whole lot of talent to be able to click the mouse. You have a 50-50 chance of having a profitable trade. And if you're thinking like everybody else and picking bottoms and picking tops because you want your ego to be involved, you're making it about you. You won't be here successful. You won't be successful for a long time. Success is as light as a feather, and few are strong enough to carry it. So while we're all at different levels, and we're all looking for the same basic thing, which is a profitable trade and a profitable day, a profitable week, a profitable month, a quarter, and year, and ultimately a career, to make sure that we're here for those big trades where everything comes together, where you put them on and and you add to them and the macro story, and you just catch the right move at the right time.
Yeah,
that changes your life. Well, a great way to be able to do that is to be able to segue into it, to give yourself time in order to grow. And part of that is being able to utilize the markets in the different forms and structures that we have. So part of that is being able to utilize it's funny that you call the E-minis, the classic contract. But yes, the E-minis are now the big contract.
Well, me and you are old enough to know that there was a classic size contract.
Yeah, it just went under, in 2020 when they finally closed, but nobody traded it then. But still,
Yeah.
So the minis, by utilizing the minis and the micros together in a spread it's not quite a spread, but in a spread sort of a way, is a way for you to be able to learn how to capitalize on the market in many, many, many forms. Now, most of you just want to, myopic is narrow-minded, Jimmy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So most of you are going to have a myopic view of trading. I want to sell 73s and buy 70s. All right. You made money, so good. But why wouldn't you want to buy 73s and buy some at 70 and then buy some more at 60 and sell more underneath 60? How many trades have you guys been into when, how many trades have you guys been in where you sold 73s and that was near the high and the market broke 100 points and you took 3 points out of it and you wanted to jump out the window because you sold them perfectly but traded your P&L? So when you're trading the mini micros, you have the ability to be able to do just that. You can sell 73s, pay for your trade at 70s, take some profit at 60 and sell more, or add your position in a myriad of ways that are not open to you when you sell a 1 lot at 73 and buy it at 71, or a 3 lot and 3 lot, So if you sell 2, and this is what we're going to show you, if you sell a 1 lot mini, you have 10 micros to scale out of. If you sell a 2 lot mini, you have 20 micros to scale out of. You will make much more money by trading out in 20 lot micros than you will in 2 lot minis, because
Pex, if I could just interrupt really fast, because we probably have some folks listening to us that are new or maybe haven't traded futures before. We're talking about the S&P 500 stock index futures, and there's 2 different size contracts we're talking about. It's the same market, the basis is the same, and they're both very, there's a lot of volume and tight bid-ask spreads in both of the markets. The E-mini S&P contract versus the micro S&P. Now, the micro is 1/10 the size. Everything is 1/10 smaller. And so what Pax is showing is both of them side by side on his trading ladders. And it's an ability for folks to participate with a smaller size contract, but in the same market.
Let's look at it from how many of you? Nobody's using DOMs. Some of you, how many of you? Just give me an idea in the chat. How many of you have look at DOMs like this? How many of you guys are looking at DOMs like this right here? I know there's a delay, but give me an idea, because I want to know whether or not to explain this. I'm going to show you how to do this on the DOMs in 9 minutes. But I want to know whether or not to show you on the DOMs or to show you on this chart. See, my indicator. This is my indicator. Okay, all yous are using DOMs. That makes me feel good that all yous are using DOMs. All right, good. I don't know anybody that makes money long term that doesn't use those.
And notice the correct pronunciation. The correct pronunciation here is Dome. It's not Dom. As Selma pointed out in the chat, Dom is my cousin.
I love that. That makes me laugh. I use that all the time. That is such a great line. Don't say Dom. Dom's Cagnina's cousin, who was a bookmaker on North Avenue.
Dominic. Yeah, Melrose Park. That's Anthony's stomping ground. Anthony probably knows him pretty well.
That's funny, man. That's funny. All right, so let's look at it on a chart, okay? Here's yesterday's opening range, 68.16 to 68.11. So the market, remember I trade the breakouts, okay? So we get above 68.16. I thought it was kind of choppy. I didn't trade that. But, you get long above 68.16.75. You buy 2 minis. We get underneath there, you're going to get out. But we get back above it, you're long. Now you're going to sell 5 micros at 31.75, so in front of it, 30. We go 32 bid, and if you're good at trading on the DOMs, if you go 32 bid, you can cover your micros. So now you're long 2 here, You sell 5 micros here. You're long 2, short 5. And this is where it can get a little confusing. Your front end is going to show you long 2, short 5, but you're not really short 5. You took profit on a quarter of your unit. And this is, where it does get like a spread. It gets spread-ish, spread adjacent. Above 32, you're going to take profit up to 46. So now you're long 2, short 5, sell 5 more, you're long 2, short 10. So now you've given yourself you've given yourself way more opportunity to manage your profit. If you just bought a 2 lot, you get up to 72, you sell them, you're flat. You buy 2, the way that I scale out gives me much more of the market setup than it does anything else, and that's why you can be long from 65.95 and still be adding to your position on the way up from a swing level, because you've given yourself a chance to take more out of the market. And then the next thing to learn is how to add to your position. That's how you become, I don't like using the word rich, but that's how you become wealthy, is by learning how to take more out of the market than what a myopic trader is going to. And then you learn how to do it with bigger size. And this is a way of doing it. Now, to be clear, learning how to add to your position without adding to your risk is what I mean by sizing up. I don't mean from going to a 2 lot to an 8 lot or a 4 lot to a 12 lot. You are exponentially increasing your risk. I'm talking about letting the market size you up along the way. That's how you add to your positions. Don't, especially on Capital Preservation Friday, don't come into the day and say, I made $10,000, so I'm going to trade another 2 lot. That's not how we size up. So you're going to be long from 1675. You're going to take profit here. You want to add to your position. You're going to use this level here as another version of the opening range, and you're going to buy more above that, or you just segue into learning how to do it by visualizing it. All of you guys, when you wake up in the morning, when you open your eyes, thank God for the day. Go over some gratitude prayers. Ask God to guide you throughout the day. First thing you do. Second thing you do is make your bed. Third thing you do is visualize yourself having a profitable day according to your plan. Visualize yourself trading well. Visualize yourself managing your risk properly. Visualize yourself taking more out of the market, and visualize yourself adding to positions. Even if it's not today, if you cannot see it, you cannot be it. It's a cliche and a rhyme, but it's important. If you have to be able to visualize yourself doing these things. You have to be self-confident enough to be able to visualize it. You have to be self-aware enough to be able to visualize it, and then you can make it happen. Anyway, I don't feel like I'm explaining this spread very well, like I did. Yeah,
no, it's
go
okay.
watch it 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, no. Once we get into it, once the market starts moving, you're gonna get into the groove for sure. I mean, the main takeaway is the math, right? This is all about math. This is about one contract being equivalent in size to 10 of the same market contract. So micro versus minis, and then think of the opportunities, right? So just as a simple example, if you have if you're long one mini and you sell 5 micros in the same market, you're effectively net long a half of a mini. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But when I don't want to do that. I don't want to sell half my position out right away. I want to scale out in 25%. So that's why I like trading 2 lots, 4 lots, 8 lots, 12 lots, 16 lots, because I can, and then more, because I can scale out of that in 25% units. So if I buy 1 mini, I'll sell 2 to remove my risk. So if I buy 1 here at 1675, I'm going to sell 2 at 31.25 to remove my risk. I'm going to sell 2 more up here to take profit. I'm going to sell 2 more up here to take more profit. And I'm still long a couple. So now I've got something to decide. I've got some decisions to make. I sold 2, 4, 6. I'm still long 4. I might sell 2 more and leave a 2 lot runner on. And now I'm building a risk-free position, because I would still be long that 2 going into this day. And the margin on a 2 lot mini, on a 2 lot micro, is vastly different than margin on a 2 lot mini. And you learn how to take more out of the market and build risk-free positions. You're not going to learn how to do that trading minis.
And the margins are 1/10. Everything's 1/10 different.
Mm-hmm. 1/10 different. So wouldn't it be nice to go home long 1 mini, short 8 micros, long 2 effectively micros.
Right. That was the math I was trying to explain. That's perfect.
Because now you've got a risk-free position on. We're opening. We had CPI. You got a little bit of a lotto ticket. Here's yesterday's rotations. 1, 2, 3, 4 up on the upside. We got to 76, 75 and backed off. So now we're going to open right near yesterday's fort rotation. Okay. We're above 68, 65, which is a macro zone. We're below 69.02. We haven't quite gotten there yet, which is yearly opening range. The S&P wants to trade to the S&P wants to test 69.02, and I suspect it will. I don't know that it's going to do so off the open, but
yeah, and I know we're getting close to the bell here. Dane asked a question: if you buy minis and short the micros, your micro position will be red as the market moves up. That's correct. But your mini position will be green.
Right. But you have to, that's the wrong way of looking at it. So it's going to, your minis are going to show you up, green and up money, and your micros are going to show you red and down money, but that's not the way you're doing. That's not the reality of it. If you bought a 4 lot from the opening range in the minis and you sold one at 31.75 and you sold another one at 46.75 and you're still long 2, are you down money? No, you took profit on that, right? You bought 4 and you sold 2. That's the same thing. You buy 2, now you're short 10. So it's just your front end hasn't quite got there yet. All right, we have less than a minute left. So
deep breath.
Yes, breathe. Do some box breathing. Breathe in 4 seconds, hold it 4 seconds, and breathe out. Lower your heart rate. Lower your blood pressure so that you see everything on the domes in slow motion when everybody else sees it chaotically. So just breathe.
I'm nervous, man.
Not me. I don't get nervous. I do get nervous, but not in regards to trading 2 lots.
I know, I'm teasing you.
Do your Kegel.
All right, here we go.
You have no idea how important that is for Jim and I at this stage of our lives. Oof, not on. That's kind of a. There's no volume. No volume. All right.
And he's looking at the bids and offers in the dome itself.
On the domes, yeah.
To see what the volume is.
It's not super active open. So we're opening above the swing levels for me, 68.65 to 69.02. Somebody's playing games with 1,000 lots. Opening range is 79.5 to 74.25. 79.5 to 74.25. I don't know what it was in the NASDAQ. I'll look in a second.
That's 5.25 points.
This is going to suck. All right, so I'm going to manufacture trades in a minute just to be able to show you how to do this. If we don't get a breakout in a minute. There we go. There's an attempt at a breakout. Okay, now push them higher so I can show everybody how to manage this stuff. All right, so I'm long 2. See? Long 2 minis. 79.5, and here we go back. Here we go loop-de-loop. I scratched them.
Yeah, someone asked, "How do you handle stops?" And I didn't say it because I didn't have an opportunity. But you just got to watch Pax do it on the dome. He handles them like a maestro.
Not always, but yes. So I bought 79 halves. They went like 80 bid, 81 half trade. When that happens, I'm not going to turn a profitable trade into a loss. So I bought 79 halves. They went up there, traded 81 half, came back down. I scratched them. No harm, no foul. Now we go, I don't know. We tried to rally, couldn't. Maybe we'll try to, here we go again. Oh, got him. No, these suck. 2 ticks. I spent 2 ticks on that. All right, so I have 1 scratch and 1 2-tick expense. Market tried to rally, couldn't. Let's see if it tries to break. I don't know. Doesn't have much room on the downside to go. Look for 15-handle rotations today, you guys, if we get them.
So remember, you could enter a position on a stop. You could also use stops as protection, right? So most people think, well, stops are protective, right? You want to protect your position, but you could also use them to enter a position.
Here's a sell stop. So if we go 74 quarter offer, I'll get stopped in the market.
Yeah.
Now I'm not going to enter with the sell stop normally in this sort of an environment, because we're not really coiling in the opening range. We're just kind of, the market is non-committal. Yeah. But when we have volatile opens with a lot of volume, and I'm expecting the market to do something, I will initiate with the sell stop. This isn't that. We don't have a lot of volume. We don't have any real reason to move. The market is just going to kind of churn this area most of the day. But do you understand what I mean? Like,
Yep. Good morning, Nick. Nick is with us today as well, Pax.
Hey, Nick.
Short too.
So the S&P is a little bit weaker than the NASDAQ. Oh, shit, I missed that. Okay. I could have scratched that, and I didn't. I looked at one of my other screens and I missed it. So I took like a point of expense on it. Ooh, shit, I missed my reentry. All right, I'm short too. Selling, you son of a bitch. You dirty, no good son of a bitch. Did you ever see that John Wayne movie where I don't even know what movie that is, but that's one of the greatest lines. Look at, we're just turning the bottom of the opening range here.
Yeah.
Okay, now come on, you dirty son, bitch. All right, now I want
short
to
two minis. Go ahead.
Yes, so I want to pay for my trade. The ranges are 111, 120 points. So when the ranges are smaller, I'm going to pay for my trade by removing 25% of my unit with 4 points. That would take us down here to 70 quarter, but the ranges are big, so I don't necessarily want to do that. Let's see. I want to try to give myself 15. Fuck it, I'll do it. I want to try to give myself 15 points down to this rotation, but I want to remove my risk on this trade.
Come on. There you go.
So I'm short 2, long 5. All right, now rotation is 59Q, 59 quarters. So I'm going to take profit at 50. We're going to use 59.61 group. So we make it down to 61. I'm going to buy 5 more micros. I bought 5 micros at 70 quarter to remove my risk. So now I'm short 2, long 5, or I'm short 15 minis with no risk on it. Stops are in for scratches. You see what I mean? I have no risk on this trade. It's a free 15 lot micro. The market comes back up to my entry and scratches me out. Well, okay. I made 4 points on a quarter of my unit. The market continues down to 51. I'm going to take profit on it. If we go 61 offer, 60. All right, now listen, here's another thing. Okay, now I always use the rotation is 59.61 or 59 quarters for rotation, but I always use 2 points around it. So I'm going to take profit 2 points in front of it, and then I'm going to try to sell more at 61 and then 59. Does that make sense? So
yeah, so you're waiting for kind of like a breakout, kind of.
Yes. So I'm going to use 59.61 as another version of the opening range. That's the way you size up. Now, it would be much more interesting to be able to show this live, but that's a way to increase your size without increasing your risk. You don't want to come out of the opening range selling 4. You want to come out of the opening range with smaller units and then size up along the way. So if you're a bigger trader, well capitalized, and you're well experienced, you know how to manage things like I do. You come out of the opening range, you sell 4 at 69 quarter. By the time we get down to 61, you're short 2. You go 61 offer, you sell 2 more. We go 59 offer, you sell 2 more or 4 more. Okay, now you're short 6 or you're short 8, and you have no risk on the trade because you're short 2 from up here. That becomes your trading capital. Your unrealized balance becomes your new beginning balance, your statement that you need to protect. Does that make sense or not make sense? It probably need to show it, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it does. And if if your minis get stopped out at break even, you pocketed profit on 5 micros.
Yes. And you're giving yourself a chance to be able to use it to add more.
Yeah.
All right. Now, if I get stopped out of these, I'm going to be short. I'm going to be long 5 from down here. So that could be nice.
Yeah. So that's the opposite benefit, right? You pocketed 5, you're already done with 5. Now you could rally if you're wrong, if you get stopped out, and you got
Right.
another bite at the apple, man. Then you could put your stop at break. I don't know how you handle that, if you put your stop at break even on the micros or not.
Well, so there's a lot of different things to keep in mind here.
Yeah.
So if we get up to 74 quarter and I get scratched out of my shorts and it's a reload situation, I'm going to resell the 2. I've already paid for my trade. So I'm short a fresh 2 lot. I've already bought 5 at a quarter, so I don't need to do that again.
Yeah.
I can do it. It's like adding to your position without adding to your size. I don't know if that even makes sense, but it is. Or if we go 74 quarter bid and I get stopped on my 2 lot, in our group, we call it getting fancy. I'm going to buy the bottom of the opening range and buy the top of the opening range. Well, I'm long at 70 quarter. So I buy 2 minis, and I'm long 4. It's just another way of adding to your position without adding to your size. And my brothers and sisters, it's how you get rich.
Wealthy.
There's a difference. Yes, big difference.
Yeah. I'm rich right now. I'm hanging out with Pax. I'm hanging out with Nick, with Selma, Mission Control. We got awesome group in the chat. An awesome group listening to us that's not in the chat. So thank you for that, everybody.
You can't, Naughty Fish Trade. That's a funny name. Naughty Fish Trades. It is beautiful, my brother. And I don't think you can do it with most prop funding companies. There are some that you can. I think Lucid, Take Profit, the Espiritos. I think that Merit's group might let you.
Did I tell you I hung out with the Lucid guys recently?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, you enjoyed that, didn't you? They were good dudes.
They're the funniest group of people. I mean, just happy-go-lucky funny. I mean, they're serious people. They're super smart people too. I think they're in their hearts in the right spot. But man, I just laughed the whole time. It was awesome.
I'm waiting for Anthony to text me back. So I need to find out for my prop. My prop is up and we're getting it going. We have a good.
What's the name? Is it going to be called Pax Prop or what is it? Prop Pax? What is it?
Pax Capital.
Pax Capital.
Or something along those lines. It'll be Pax something. But yes, no, Lucid allows you to do it. I think Take Profit does. Other firms that are legit firms let you do it. Apex, no. And then the other guy, I forget his name. The guy. No, the guy that says he was a top step trader in the Dow pit in 05.
Oh, I don't know.
My 4-year-old son could have walked into the pit and been a top step Dow pit trader in 05.
Ferragamo Funding. There you go.
I need to actually go. I need to buy a new pair of shoes for Miami. Tradeify does not. Well, it's not a hedge. See, that's the thing. It's not quite a hedge, but it kind of is, and it's kind of not. Like, can you guys take if the NASDAQ? Let me ask you, if the NASDAQ was weaker and never mind. If the NASDAQ was rallying and you bought the NASDAQ and the S&P was breaking and you sold the S&P, would that be considered hedging? I think it probably would be, right?
I don't. There's a lot of different rules, man. I can't keep up on all of them. I don't know. I'm not the wrong guy to ask. Like Nick would be the right guy to ask, or for sure Leo and Kane. And Selma would know too.
I love Selma. Selma had to help me make my plane reservations the other day. I'm a ridiculous, I'm an analog man in a digital world. Savannah has helped me do it in the past. She was busy, so Selma got on the phone with me to help me figure out how to use that app.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh my goodness, and it's so aggravating. She was like, "All right, Pax, go on FaceTime." So we go on FaceTime, and I flip it so I can see it. I couldn't flip how you got to flip.
There's a little button with little arrows. You just tap it.
I couldn't find it. So I thought it was funny, but like when I talk to Mike, when I talk to Burke, the poor man has to walk me through what side of the mouse to click when I want to do something. Yeah. When I just want to get out of a window, he's got to tell me what to do. And poor Salma is my wife, like handiwork around the house, not for me. I don't do any of that shit. My wife has figured out slowly over the years that I know how to do it. I just don't want to do it. So, this is probably the same thing with computer stuff. I can figure it out, but I just don't have the bandwidth, and I don't want to learn.
You're bougie.
Oh, I am bougie. My daughter just accused me. My oldest daughter accused me my oldest daughter, her and I met for dinner the other day at the Bellevue. She said, "Where do you want to meet?" I said, "Well, I was going to get a suit cut, a suit made, and so I got to go get a new suit cut." All right, well, she was like, "LOL, where do you want to meet?" I got to go to Ferragamo, look for a pair of shoes. I didn't make it there, and then I'm gonna work out at our club, and so let's meet at the Bellevue at 5:30 for martinis, and we'll have dinner. Geez, Dad, you're so bougie. Yes, I am. What a bougie Tuesday afternoon or bougie Wednesday afternoon.
Well, a bigger question, Pax, is does anyone wear suits anymore? You're getting another. You probably have a closet full of tailor-made, custom-made suits.
Not a closet. Not really. I don't wear suits anymore. So my cousin, I've got one of my first cousins is getting married. I've got young cousins that are all around my kids' ages. So my cousin Jack is getting married, and in May 9th. And he asked me he and his fiance asked me to marry them, so I went and got I went and became an ordained minister in 35 minutes, got my license, $45, 15 minutes and a computer, and you can become an ordained whatever. So I need a suit for that. I don't want to look like a schmuck.
All right. That's good. That's fair. Well, come with me to Sicily one of these days. All of my relatives that live there they're all tailors, and they're all gardeners.
Oh, you eat well and look well. You dress well and look well.
Yeah.
Well, listen, there's a point here too to make. All right, now, this market is doing nothing, and it's really noisy and crappy. And I'm not trading. I'm positioned, and I have no risk on my position. So me and Jimmy can sit here and talk. Right? I have no risk on this. I'm short 2. I bought 5 micros, so I bought a quarter of my unit in to pay for my trade and remove my risk. And now whatever the market does between 74 quarter, my stop at the bottom of the opening range, 261, where I'm working to buy more, is noise, right? This is all noise. Anything between 61 and 74 quarter is noise, and I do not trade noise.
Now, the other thing to remember is we do have that Michigan number coming out at 10 o'clock. I know it's about 15 minutes away, but it could mean something.
That's a great point. So how many of you guys have been taught or told to flatten up before a number in the chat? So like you're short 2, and then the Michigan sentiment number is coming out at 9 or 10 o'clock. Would you guys flatten up in front of that? Only 2 people answered. Okay.
Not me.
Yeah, not me either. My stops are in. I've removed my risk. Yeah. Why in God's name would I want to flatten? Why would you guys flatten?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I would say, though, is I'm not entering positions a couple minutes in front of a big number.
Oh, me either. Thank you for saying that. Don't ever try to time anything on a number. Yeah. Right. That's a super important point. But if you're positioned like this and you have no risk on the trade and your stops are in, see if you win the lottery. Sometimes you get a really huge trade off of that. So I went to get my suit. I went to not the official Little Italy. I went to the new Little Italy on Harlem Avenue, your old stomping grounds, to Giovanni. That's where I get my suits.
Wait, that's what? Is that like up by Belmont or Fullerton?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. There is
Yeah.
one in the city, but the one in the tailor that I use is moved out there.
Yeah, it's a great neighborhood. I lived in Elmwood Park for a while right there, and I actually miss it. I enjoyed my time there.
I mean, that's the real Little Italy in Chicago.
Yeah.
You know, like North Avenue to Fullerton, right? Or North Avenue to Lawrence, even?
Yeah, no one's locking their doors. You don't have to.
No. No, you don't. Yeah, otherwise guys in tinted glasses and black
Big
Cadillacs are going to pull
big
up.
white Cadillac's going to drive by.
Yeah.
Take care of that.
That's hilarious. Tinted glasses and a cigar, an unlit cigar hanging out of their mouth.
Man, it wants to get to that first pivot down there, man. It's just trying.
Yeah, it'll get there. As long as we're below the opening range, it'll get there. There you go. Well, you know, so in these markets, I wanted to look at the NASDAQ. In these markets, my goodness. Oh, wrong way. In these markets, it's, am I going the wrong way? Damn it.
Hit the F button in the upper right. Oh, there you go. You got it. You got it.
Yeah, see, hit the F button. That's something that Mike keeps telling me and you keep telling me and I keep forgetting. Yeah.
Oh,
Why would I want to make things easier on myself by learning how to work this?
Oh, it does look a little stronger, doesn't it?
It does. So the NASDAQ is trending inside the opening range and it's just sitting, you know, at the top of it while the S&P is trying to hit this first rotation lower. See the difference here? Just now, by the way, you guys can, this is my indicator. It's free in Ninja. Since I'm an analog man in a digital world, you're going to have to ask Salma how to download it, but anybody can download it for free. You know, you can go to my website and download it, paxgroup.org, or you can, I know you can download it from Ninja someplace. Mission Control, throw the link in there for folks. So you get the rotations. Look, we don't have any rotations today, but you get the rotations from the opening range. Yesterday's opening range, rotations higher. You know, this was today's Friday. This was Wednesday. Wednesday's opening range, high today. So, you know, this is a bearish open. High today, 68.36, first rotation, second rotation, third rotation, fourth rotation, and then bounced. Never made it back to the OR. Oh, man, look at this one. Yeah.
Yeah, and volume today is light.
Yeah, very light.
We're only at about 35% of the 14-day average right now. For the S&P, that is. No, I'm sorry. We're at 57%. So that's almost half off. Long weekends for everybody.
Yeah.
I was joking about the Bloody Mary on a Friday, by the way.
What made you say that?
Well, yeah, everyone. I mean, light volume. Less people are trading today. So I know. I just said that for the censors packs. It's not true.
Did you? There was a trader named Emo. His name was Edmund. Great. He was. Oh, here we go. 61s. He was a great trader. Kind of an asshole, but a great trader. Another guy died young. Emo one day, Emo liked to mess with people, and Emo, we were quiet. He was such a great trader. Actually, he was probably one of the best I'd ever seen. So Emo one day was this when I was fixing my chart, this story dawned on me, or came to my mind. Emo had ran around the pit one day and said, "What would you give to have a CQG machine at home? That's or a Reuters machine. What would you give to have the next day's chart in advance?" And everybody would say, "Oh my God, I'd give $1 billion. I'd give $1 million if I had the next day chart in advance. Oh, that'd be great." And I said, that wouldn't be fun. I wouldn't want to know what the market is going to do in advance. I mean, where's the challenge in that? Where's the fun in that? And he made a big deal about how that was the only right answer. And he ran around just blowing everybody up in the pit. And, Emo was kind of a bully. So if he didn't like you, he would really, really mess with you. And he would mess with your money. You really better be on top of your game when that man was around.
What pit was that?
In the NASDAQ. Yeah. But he would trade anything. He came up with the idea. He had the Christmas spread. I mean, his brain was always churning. The Christmas spread you put on at different times. You bought the mid cap, you sold the NASDAQ, you bought the Russell, you bought the SPOOs. It was some, some spread between all the indices. And then when the Dow got better again, and then the Dow, and it was you sold the NASDAQ 5 lot, you bought the SPOOs 2 lot, you bought, and just whatever the spread was, he had a whole ratio for it. Yeah. And he said, listen, Matt, just do it with the 5 lot in the NASDAQ. And, your risk is going to be 15 grand, but you'll make a couple $100,000. Nah, Edmund, I don't want to do anything that I don't understand. I don't want to do anything I don't understand. Well, that Christmas was worth like $1 million.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Just for that 5 lot spread, it all worked.
Yeah, but you're right. You're right not to do something you don't understand, though.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Or Greg Reba. You guys all know Greg Reba. Oh, wait, there's a question. Do you have more of an incentive to take an expense? No. Let me see. Let
me read the whole question. It says, do you have more of an incentive to take an expense if you are trying to long short at breakout of your correlation is leading with volume? There's a lot of stuff in that sentence.
Yes. Yeah. You're asking if the volume is heavier, Garrett. You're asking if I'm more willing to spend money, right? Is that your basic question? If there's, yes. The answer is yes. But I'm not looking at. At this point in my life, it's instinctive for me to see it. I see the volume. I don't have to analyze the volume. I don't know if that makes any sense, but yes, when there's more volume and there's more reason to move, which then would produce more volume, I'm much more willing to spend money in that market. Yeah. So and I can do that in a number of ways. I can either increase my size around the opening range a little bit, or I can increase the size of my stop. So as you guys saw today, I'm going to sell 74 quarters, and if it goes bid, I'm out. Maybe I scratch it. Maybe I take a tick or 2 ticks, or in some cases a point. But when we're busier, I'm going to widen my stop. I always want to come out of the opening range with smaller size. I don't want to trade big size around the opening range. I want to size up along the way. Okay. I want to be able to come out of this opening range here at 1675 with an 8 lot. And by the time we get up to 4675, I got 40 on. That's not the correlated, 16, go up to 32, go up to 64. And I want to be able to size up along the way. Now, I'm not going to be able to do that if the volume is light because the market isn't going to go anywhere. So a lot of that, like the order flow guys, I'm trying to replicate a lot of the stuff that we were able to do on the floor. And, and because I moved the NASDAQ with my own money, with my own accounts, and I was 10% of the volume, both on the screens and on the minis at the same time in the same day. I know how to move markets, and I know what it takes to move markets. So I don't really, I don't use a lot of the tools to be able to analyze order flow because I see it sort of naturally at this point in my life and my career. But I would suggest you guys all spend a lot of time in understanding how order flow works, because it's going to help you decide when do you want to spend money, when do you not want to spend money, when do you want to add, when do you not want to add, what looks like a good area to take a long and a short at, right? Does that make sense or no?
Yeah, totally.
Or is that just too much?
Yeah. No, that's good. I mean, I just want to also, someone is a couple of people in the chat were asking about Leo's Dome. We'll call it Leo's Dome. I don't know what he's going to call it, but soon.
Yeah, that ought to be ready soon.
Yeah, I don't have a date though, but there's getting close, man.
Look, this is the greatest business in the history of business. The trading floor was incredible. It was great. We were, let me say it this way, and this might come off wrong. I don't mean it to. You're not going to find a trader more experienced than me actively trading these markets. You're not going to find a trader that has had the experience that I've had trading this stuff, and not only trading it, but backing traders. More traders I've backed with my own money than are in the chat right now. Now there's 1,000 people watching, but I backed a lot of traders, so not 1,000 traders, but a lot. And with my own dough, I've been a partner in an FCM. I have done a lot of different things in this business. And I've traded with and against and competed with some of the best traders in the history of trading. I know what works and what doesn't work. I know how to sustain a career as a trader. And I can tell you, I did. I traded with Charlie D. Charlie D, I got my seat at the board of trade to trade night bonds in 1990, and it didn't take. I wasn't very good at it, but I was in there. I clerked during the day in the Eurodollar pit, and I tried to trade night bonds. And Charlie gave me my new member orientation chat and talk, and it was an unbelievable experience. Yeah. And then I got a chance. I mean, he wouldn't talk to me. I was a one-lot night bond trader, but I got a chance to watch him trade. Oh, I know Lewis very well. Yeah, I saw Lewis not long ago. I learned a lot from Lewis. Yeah.
So, by the way, just one thing I want to tell everybody, and then we're gonna get West Coast in the conversation in a second. I know I have a friend named Lucky. He's only got 3 fingers. That's how many people I know have actually made the successful transition from the pit to the screen over the time span that you have, Pax. So it's a testament, man. It's a lot of the floor guys couldn't figure it out, and you did. So congratulations. We're glad to have you here.
The hardest thing the hardest part of that transition for me was knowing how to size up, size down, and not trade. The opening range breakout today, trade on the floor, are the markets still move the same way. That really hasn't changed. Who moves them? That's changed.
So,
Trading.
Pax, we're going to have, by the way, on your positions, I just want to remind you, we're going to have a number in about 45 seconds. And keep saying what you're saying. We'll bring in Christian and XYZ right now also.
The hardest part of that transition was learning how not to trade, and learning how to size up. I could see the volume on the floor. If Goldman was selling 100 lots in the NASDAQ, I would sell 100 lots. Yeah. Because I knew I can get out. If Richard Dennis or Tudor Jones had 5 or 10,000 to sell throughout the day, I would load up and because I knew that I would eventually be able to get out. If the volume dried up, I wouldn't have anything on, right? I mean, there was a lot of things about that was different, but I just had to apply that to the floor. I mean, to the screen, that same thinking. I can sit here and flip, okay, there we go.
Oh, here we go.
Numbers out.
Yep. Shy Girl's going to cut and paste it in the chat, I think.
Okay, good. Numbers out. I'm still short. Let's see if we make it down to 61, put money in my pocket. Number came out a little weaker than expected.
Sentiment falls to a record low of 47.6. It was expected to come in at 51.5. Wow. Thank you to Tracy.
See, it's lower than expected.
Yeah. So, hey, good morning, West Coast. Christian and XYZ is in the house.
Good morning.
Hey, guys.
What's up, fellas?
How are we?
We are trying to ride the number news down.
Oh my God! Listen to this. 1-year inflation expectations rise 4 to 4.8% from 3.9. These are bad numbers, man.
Yeah, we're not doing anything.
From what? How much did it jump, Jim?
So the 1-year inflation expectations rose to 4.9% from 3.8%.
Oh yeah,
that's a big jump, man.
We're not doing anything.
Okay, so Pax, walk us out of here. How are you going to manage the rest of this trade you got going on? You still got your positions.
Yeah. So I'm not. I'm going to buy these 5, but I will sell more at 61. Okay, underneath 61. So I'm short 2, long 5. Let's see if I can get these 5 off. If I can, then I'll sell them back underneath 61. So just being short 2, and then I'm going to flip over to my normal accounts and trade bigger if we do take out this level.
Got it. Very, very awesome. So Christian, XYZ, how you guys doing?
Good. Back again. Let's see if we can make some points.
Mm-hmm.
XYZ is like, I can't believe I'm up this early on a Friday.
I'm just trying to see the overnight low trade, 193 NASDAQ. Not asking for much, right?
And then what? What happens when it hits that?
I make plenty of money.
Oh, so you have a position on, right? So you're short.
Yeah, I'm short 339.
Okay.
I just have a runner on, so I scaled out of everything on the way down, and then the news came out. I'm holding on to a runner.
Nice trade.
All right. Yeah, nice trade, man. Christian, how about you? You got anything cooking?
I got a short as well. I paid myself as well, and we'll see if we come down. I'm looking for the 260 zone here on my chart, but it's a little bit choppy, so we'll see.
Got it. Got it. Well, guys, thank you for being here. Pax, awesome morning. Appreciate you. As always, I love Fridays, spending time with you. I learn a lot all the time from you as well. So, I'm not going to see any of you guys the rest of the day. So have a great, great weekend, you guys.
Yes,
Thanks,
boys.
Jim.
Have a great weekend. Jimmy, I look forward to next weekend. We're going to have a lot of laughs. And then
Yeah. Yeah.
I look forward
Hey,
to seeing
Pax,
you
when
guys.
do you get there? Thursday or Friday?
I leave Friday after my show, Capital Preservation Friday.
Okay.
When are you getting there? Are you getting there Thursday?
No,
Yeah.
Pax, I don't think there's going to, we'll double check. There might not be a stream Friday
Oh, no, there
morning.
is no stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I am leaving Friday later.
Okay.
What about, when are you coming back, Chris?
Sunday,
Early or later?
early.
Yeah, me too. But we'll have all day Friday. I'll text you when I got to look at. I don't know what time I'm leaving, but I'm going to get there early enough. Salma made my flight. Salma made me make my flight early so I can get there early. So I think I arrive at like noon or 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So maybe try to get a workout in.
Yeah. I'm in Saturday too.
All right, cool.
All right,
Absolutely.
guys.
right.
Very, very awesome. By the way, Andres is asking about explanations for shorts by XYZ and Chris. They're going to get into it in a second here. Me and Pax are going to bug out right now. I'll be dipping into the chat. Again, you guys, have a great weekend. And Pax, thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you and Christian next week. Have a great weekend and great morning, man. I'm happy
See
to
you
be
guys.
All right,
Take
have
care,
a
guys.
great
Have a
time,
good
everybody.
weekend.
God bless you all.
Likewise.
Well, Pax didn't say it, so I'll say it for him. Nobody fights alone. And he said it in the back.
There we go. All right, morning chat. How's everybody doing? West Coast. It's West Coast time.
Yeah, so Chris, why'd you get into the short?
So I got into the short because we are at the third 4-hour higher high. Let me just break that down a little bit. I still would like higher. I'm looking for higher, but so from the big breakout, we have the first higher high, higher low, second higher high, second higher low, and then third higher high. That's usually what marks the top in uptrends. And so that's from a higher time frame perspective. That's one sort of indication that say, hey, we're possibly moving lower. On the hourly here for NQ, we broke out of this little falling wedge consolidation area. We pushed out and we are attempting to pull back into support. And typically I would be looking for longs here because all the higher time frames are bullish, but this structure here on the open was a little wedge here and we simply broke lower. So I also had the idea that we would come back down here and test support. So it's really not, for me, it's not complex. It's just I'm trading the setup here. I know it's contracting and there's a move coming out of this. And either we do break out higher and go to my targets at I have two targets, 408, 420, and then 480, 500, which is that February 25th high. That's what I'm looking for. But also because we're at the third 4-hour higher high, we could see that pullback, right? So I'm playing that here while I'm also looking for a potential long if we do test support. So it's a little bit of mixed signals here because all timeframes are bullish, but there's an indication that we could be slowing down here and possibly consolidating to next week. What about you?
Weakness at the open. So we're opening strong, projected off the high of day. Sure, whatever, it doesn't mean anything. Building lower, holding, and then we just keep projecting the upside. So I'm taking note of where we're spending more time, where is there more volume building, and it's the lower part of the range of the day. So at some point, you choose, are we going to get a rebid? Are we going to get a reoffer for more downsides? The range is very narrow at the open. I mean, it's still narrow now. It just became 96. But prior to breaking lower, I mean, it was what, like 60 something. we're going to get range expansion. The only question is which way. So I chose the downside. I chose to offer this because as we trade higher, there's just less of an interest. It kind of fizzles out. The market starts trading in this range again, comes up, fizzles out, range again. The range it wants to trade is here. The only question is, do I want to buy down here or want to sell up here? It looks like every time we go lower, there is more of an urgency to sell. They get ran off sides. We go back up. When we go back up, there's no urgency to buy. So eventually I'm getting short. I got short like twice. So, the first time the runner got cut out. Second time here, I'm trying to see the runner play out, but it's VWAP. I'm fully aware ES also is holding its VWAP. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks now. This could just blow up to the upside at any point, but I'm positioned. The news has played out, the data. Looking at a high time frame, we do see a pretty big wick on this first candle, and it's another hammer down on the next candle. We're getting some continuation. So the question becomes, do I want to hold a runner? Do I think it'll, pop back up? Anything's possible, but I think I have pretty good odds of a continuation downside here with this current building 1 hour candle. Yes. This is a pretty key swing here. As you can see in the market, I mean, it's holding. Can totally hold here and just continue higher with the current market structure, as you can see. But this is old volume towards the 390s here, and they tested that, and they're slowing down through it. So I think a pullback is reasonable. I'm in it for the pullback, and I'm holding it because I've got really good seats here. I'm in these wicks, and the market's building lower. So if they can trade through the bid that's sitting here, we'll probably make our way down towards the overnight low. If not, and they'll come back up and take out the runner. Yeah, it's a really good risk reward play right now on this. We did get paid already on the first short. We scaled out, got paid on this current short. The runner is it's got potential to be a really good bonus. So I put it at overnight low because the idea is, look, if we're not going to be able to take the overnight high, opening so close to it, and then showing that weakness, well, it would make sense to just go to the overnight low. It's not a huge range compared to most other Globex sessions, but sticking to it.
Did catch the earlier long. Did you catch that as well? That pop?
Long?
Yeah.
No.
Or was your first trade a short?
I was getting short. I haven't gotten any longs, only shorts. When it would pop up, it would just kill my runner.
Yeah, so I got long right here after the CPI pullback. And then I was able to capture this move higher at the open, and then eventually stopped out in the last 20% at break even. And then I got short here, a little bit lower than you. Let's see if we can come down. We're failing to reclaim London's high. I have a different settings for London high, guys, so it might not be the same as yours. But this 300, we failed to reclaim on this bounce that we just tried here. So as long as we're below that, we pushed lower here. And let's see if my next partial gets hit here. All right, so I took more off at 4R. Now I can move my stop to break even, and I will sit in the rest and see if we can get that flush. Also, Qs are closing the gap here. Very weak action here. I mean, very rare for me to take a short in an uptrend, but like I said, we've reached an extension point where it made sense. And it's my first short in the last few days. I was focusing on buying pullbacks, which I still am. And if we don't break down from here, then we're just going to bounce back up, and we'll probably have like a range day.
This is pretty key here. This is the prior day high in Q, so they're going to make the choice. Are we going to go back into yesterday's range?
Yeah.
And if this holds, it's pretty bullish.
Oh, prior day high, huh? That means that you look at ETH highs versus RTH.
RTH.
You look at RTH? It was formed at the RTH.
Yeah, prior day high. I only have overnight high and low for anything Globex. I don't have like value, POC, anything like that.
It was a good way to start the morning.
So we've hit 101 points. Our ball's a little low, but I do think we'll extend beyond 101 points.
ES is really tight here, consolidating.
Yeah, ES is really stuck in this area. For the shorts, I was making sure I'm shorting as ES is trading the 70s to the 72s. But hey, look at this.
Yeah, it's reversing.
5 days
I am.
range.
All right, I'm gonna be looking for longs now and a pullback. All right, I got out of the short. We tested support, this 260 zones, which was my main target. And I wanted to see if we would dip a little bit lower, but we also tested prior day low. ES is now climbing back up. So I want to focus on longs now as we have really held support. ES with a Philly side breakup. See, they're being nice now because we're getting closer to the trip. And I told them, hey, you got to sleep with one eye open.
Covering their bases.
All right, so I'm gonna be as long as we continue to hold this now, this 260s. I mean, you can't see it with the zone. So as long as we hold 260s, I'm gonna be looking for higher now. My target still remains the yearly open for both ES and NQ, which would be big resistance. NQ has the yearly open at around 474. I'm looking for 480 to 500. So let's focus on some longs now. What I'll be looking for is when this uptrend attempt ends, then we get a pullback, and I'll be looking to get long that. So it'll essentially be like a higher low against this low. So I just have to be patient here and wait now that we've confirmed the bounce. And then I'll be also looking for my IB trade, the strat that I'm trading here, if it unfolds while we stream.
What did I cover? I still have this runner open. I'm letting it come back to break even or make its way back down. The day's range is so narrow. There was no reason for me to cover this if it had a potential to go way lower. Let's see, I got looks like 60, 70 points, but we were looking at range expansion. I'm not going to take that out for any less when we had an opportunity at range expansion. I'm seated all the way up here. So I'm actually not looking to cover this at all unless they take it out break even here, which is it looks pretty likely at this point. But yeah, we're still at 100 points range on the day. I'm seated all the way up here in the wicks, and if we were to make our way down to the overnight low after failing to get to the overnight high with a strong open too, now I'm trying to get the rest of it. Gotta
catch them all.
Gotta. I mean, if you're asking about like the rest of the position on the trade, what did I cover? I covered some at the open, and then I covered some at the swing low here, where volume was tapering earlier, and then I went down to 1. But that totality of all that was like 40 points. The range is so small.
We have also dojis for SPY and QQQ candles. So far a balancing morning. Choppy consolidation.
Cannot short Trump ever. What about Liberation Day? Fractal, it's never too late for the DEI jokes. Are we adding? I'm tempted to add short. Yeah, I am tempted to add, but
Jesus,
I
what
mean
happened?
that's a really strong bid out prior day high. It's a 50-50. Risk reward, not bad, I guess, but I don't really see the sell side reclaiming the strength in the order flow just yet. So I think once I see that, then I'll be more interested in adding. But I also see it as, what's the hurry to add now when if the thesis is still valid, we've got plenty of meat on the bone. I can wait for, market structure to shift back. I can wait for a lot of things.
Never too late for DEI jokes. What happened, chap? Oh, it's RTH. No, these are not six train. These are not those channels. This is the IB balance, but this indicator needs an update because it starts plotting the range from the open when I wanted to plot when, at the hour close. So in 11 minutes, but it starts plotting it already. So I need to work on that. But this is essentially how the IB balance is starting to form out. Man,
Oh, they just ticked. They ticked my trailing stop by like 2 ticks. There's a lot of absorption here, but I mean, they're still buying it. So
it's just
just wait and see what the
semis
market.
are pushing NASDAQ higher. There's that sector is so strong.
Yeah, ES above 72, I would consider to be pretty good strength. 71 even. Huge, huge volume there.
AMAT as well. Man, so many strong names. There's my line. What line? We're buying the pullback next week, guys. In semis, those swing trade. Like this NBIS. Jesus, what a monster. All AI related names are just rallying super hard. All right.
Gotta get back into some shorts here.
Yeah, Oracle is just not a name you want to look at. I mean, Oracle is also related to software, so software, it's being sold off aggressively.
Right
We don't
now?
want anything like net. Look at that rejection. It's all about AI.
Have you dabbled with Claude yet?
Oh, I'm on Claude every day.
Yeah.
Claude, make me breakfast, but it doesn't do that yet. Maybe in the next update. Yeah, guys, software is just getting destroyed. There's no point in even looking at it.
Not even to short it?
Well, yeah, to short it, but like PLTR, Palantir was a big leader. Now it's at New Year lows.
It's crazy how fast it happened too.
Yeah, that's true. Very
Not too long
fast.
ago, everyone was like, Palantir, Palantir. You got people, they know you're involved in the markets. The family, friends will text you like, what do you think about Palantir? Should I buy Palantir? Everyone's talking about Palantir. And look at it now.
Yeah.
Crazy, crazy.
Thanks. Reload.
Oh, I'm out of that short.
TSMC. Yeah. That's some Teradyne. Teradyne's exploding. A couple AI names. XY asks for me to name all the Claudes. I did not look at gold. You haven't traded gold since like that big rally, huh?
Dude, I haven't traded gold since, yeah, they just kept making gaps day after day because I was like, I mean, I can't do anything with this. It's a little too crazy. And at that point, the indexes were on the move again, so I didn't feel like I had to really go to gold much. I think everyone was going to gold up to that point because the indexes were really slow. So, yeah, the problem was solved.
Oh yeah, Amazon. I have some Amazon. That thing's exploding. I think it's new all-time highs. All right, we got the IB setting in 5 minutes. All we've done right so far was test, support, and bounce. ES undercut it. That 6860, which was that overnight breakout. We broke out right before CPI, or right at it, and we came back, undercut it, fell breakdown, reversal higher. So this market wants that yearly open, and I have to trade that way until we lose support. But I didn't get my setup here to take long. If you guys know my entry model, I always look to enter when the 90 MA lower high is reclaimed. So we should get a bounce into the 90 MA, reject a little bit to form the lower high, and then reversal. So, I was looking for a long in that area, but there was no entry here for me to take that. So now when that happens, and we're still following my scenarios, right? Where I'm looking for higher, then I have to wait for the pullback to create a swing higher low against the low and then get long that.
Someone wants you to look at the weekly chart of Amazon.
Yeah, what about it?
Maybe they want some analysis, some free analysis.
I mean, Amazon is in a multi-year consolidation, moving up into that 240s resistance. This thing can be 500 once we break out of here, no problem. But that can be a short just like any other day. Price hits resistance, there's an intraday reaction, and we pull back. We may pull back into support, but that's a short opportunity. yeah, then as a technical trader, you should agree that there are fluctuations on a daily basis that can provide good short opportunities. Now, probably not, but if you're a good intraday mean reversion trader back into, right, from resistance back into the mean, maybe back into support, yeah. Will I get short at the red line at the IB high? Probably not. Maybe if there's an SMT up there, but you add up here, good rejection.
Yeah, I got short and I added two
Oh, you were
more.
out, right? You got taken out.
Yeah, I got out. I've been scratching out shorts. Market's just going higher. Don't want to hold it. So I might have to scratch out of this one too, because if they don't take it down here, it's just another pullback, higher low. Waiting to see if it's not just a higher low, then we'll start to cover some, but I'm not looking to cover before that information. That would make the trade pointless.
I've got 1 minute for the IB. I might have, both of my trades might trigger here, so I need to get ready.
Pretty big buying ES here, seeing if they'll push through or get stuck. There's the IB.
All right, so we have the IB set. I need a pullback to happen now, and then a
Pretty
reversal
narrow.
back higher from that IB to trigger my long.
We've been averaging like 200-point IBs. We got 100 today. I'm gonna get out of that.
We're going for that yearly open, guys. It's coming. I just need a little pullback here to join.
Market is pricing in the end of the war. Why would there be a short today? Just asking. I just follow the order flow, man. Yeah, yeah. I'm not I don't care like really what the current headline is. I'm looking at what the market's doing about it. IMO, this trader's shorting and getting stopped out. Yeah, it certainly is. You're seeing one right now. Long ES from 72. That's a good long, man. Yeah. I think that was pretty much the flip. They couldn't really do it all morning and they just blew right past it.
So if we don't get a little pullback, I'm going to look to see if we can form some acceptance here near IB high, create a wedge, and then I'll be looking for a long directly from there. So those are my two scenarios that I'm looking for. Either get a pullback, trigger like a fell breakdown in that pullback, or a wedge consolidation up here. So I can participate in this. Because don't forget, we're still in an uptrend, guys. And we have new highs for SPY and Q. Also, the Q's closed that gap that we had from yesterday, tested prior day high and bounced. Man, that was such a good buy down there. Just no entry for me.
Friday high right at the mark too. Rejecting yesterday's range, continue higher. Pretty good. Pretty bullish. Hopefully they give us a pretty decent pullback to get long here. I mean, Tim Sheldrick. I don't know how often you're on the streams, but I take losses all the time on stream. It's just a part of the game.
How do you find yearly, weekly, monthly opens? Just look at the opening print for that week or for that year or for that month. What time frame? It doesn't matter the time frame. What is the opening print?
Trump is doing single name stock pumping now.
Man, so strong. I need some acceptance here.
Still think we've got range extension in play, so gonna try to get long with the market. I think we'll extend upwards at this point.
What moving lines am I using? These are the 20 and the 50 EMA where the cloud is. And then the black moving average is the 9 SMA. We're starting to see a little bit of a rejection here.
Lower would be nice.
It's the same, isn't it the same thing, yo mama? I did not say EMA again. It has been scientifically proved, okay, that it's 9MA, not 9EMA. 9EMA, 9MA. I guess it sounds similar, but
There we go. Trying to see it get to like the 40s.
yeah, I want it to. Give it to us. Can I share my strategy with prop firms? Listen, I don't know anything about those. I asked XY.
He was like in my DMs yesterday.
I look, I created a strategy, the IB strat. And I said I need to test it without testing it with my real money. So I opened 5 Lucid accounts. And I just selected the 100K flex because what was the reason? I can't remember. But yeah, I just that's it, guys. Here you are. This is what I trade for the IB strat. I'm close to passing the evals. And I'm just waiting for my setup here to execute. I used my own code, Nick. Okay. I'm part of the cool kids club now.
Use your own. There's no benefit to that.
I did not say EMA. How do you even know what EMA means? What is that word? Yeah, Fitz knows. Fitz knows a thing or two about those. All right, so I'm looking for a pullback here, guys. Hopefully we get it so I can join long. I should have used XY code for a guaranteed payout.
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
Andres, no, I do not use any of that. It's very specific. It has, I mean, it's simple, but it's not, but it's consistent, right? Like I don't need to think much.
Here's the 40s.
Why not go with Lucid Direct? Are those the direct, the like funded ones? Oh, because I didn't want to drop 5 grand on how much is it account? Yeah, if I bought 5 of those, oh, that's 2,500. Yeah, I don't want to drop 2,500 to test out a strategy that I don't know if it's, the backtest shows it's profitable, but I want to see how it trades in real time. Why would I spend $2,500 on that? All right, we're still holding here, guys. This is bullish. We're now breaking down. I want a little bit lower though to trigger my entry setup here. Did you already get in?
I'm in. I'm trying to chase some more fills.
Yeah, Chubby has it right. Sorry for calling you that. That's your name on YouTube. Panda has it right. Use XY's code for guaranteed payout, or
Yeah,
my code for 6R.
but that's not payout. It's all right.
Oh
Cool.
man,
Did
is it
did
gonna?
you get in?
No, and I don't have my setup, my entry model. XY's like, fuck
Well,
your
I
entry
wanted the
model.
430s yesterday.
Just
Maybe
buy
we
it.
can get 450s today. See how strong this is. Really hope they don't fail a second attempt at the top here and just move through. Clean range extension would be ideal. Or,
My ass
dude,
is
it's going to be
clenched.
a
I'm telling you guys.
rough session. Like, if they're not going to extend the range, downside, go back upside and still don't extend it. Oh, dude.
All right, so I'm looking for a wedge here structure now. Let's see if we can get that. I can't chase this yet. I need my technical setup because this is, if we continue to hold here, this is becoming acceptance. If we fail
Mhm.
to hold here, then we're just gonna be in a range bound day from IB low to IB high. So hoping we can get that structure here. Gyms. Yes, Fitz is right. Andres, for a rule like that to say, for the IB strat to trade breaks or retest or fake breakouts, how consistent is that over the last year? You have to sort of understand the data. Like what's a breakout? How are you going to define that? That you can then follow that strictly like as a rule. What about the retest? What do you need to see on the retest? Right? Or the fake breakout. The only trade I'll trade as a fake breakout is we have an SMT between ES and NQ, which happens 1 to twice a month. I think yesterday there was one, so I took that long. Like at 9. I don't remember where, but that's a good entry there when you have a divergence between ES and Q at an IB low or high. It's usually very rare, but back to stat yourself. Go back and study that. I did not. Geez, I wish I did. I mean, I had the exact low, 23,006. But also, I didn't think we could get this type of move. This is a outlier event. Like we broke through major resistance, and I closed it at that resistance.
Getting some interesting divergence in order flow on ES and NQ. ES is selling heavy, but NQ is crossing spread to buy it in this range. It's
Yeah,
very
NQ is
conflicting.
doing a much better job.
Yeah, it's positive on the delta NQ. They're slamming it against the bid on ES right now. I'm hoping that they get run over at some point. If not, I need to get the hell out because this is an angry offer on ES. Yeah, they're getting continuous shell scratch out of that.
Have you noticed, has looking at what's happening at ES, but not technically in NQ, and you're trading NQ as an instrument, have you noticed that that can help you avoid losses?
Uh,
Like if the order flow in
I would
NQ
say
is
both. It
much
helps to
better.
avoid losses. It helps to get into trades. The shorts in the morning, I was also looking at ES's 70 to 72 area, and I wouldn't open a short unless we were trading that because I felt like we were constantly bumping our head there. And
Oh, there we go.
good thing I scratched out.
Look at that.
Um, yeah, so if I'm looking at ES and NQ, which I am, I'm using both. I'm using both. They should
Okay.
be speaking the same language right there. Not so much. I'm not sure who's gonna win it out yet. The buyers or sellers, buyers in NQ, sells on ES. But what I ended up doing was, okay, well, this is where they're selling heavy. If they get actually a push through continuation on this sell, I need to get out. So luckily I scratched out right before this. I think it was like a 4 point loss.
All right. So I'm
But it's a
still
little
looking for a
crazy right
long.
now.
Whether you guys like it or not, I have to follow the rules of the strat, right? So even if it fails, I have to take it. Yesterday was a big day, made 3.5 R. So we'll see what happens here.
What happened to my shit? Position tracker keeps disappearing. I gotta put it back on.
Nice job on the shorts, guys.
Who got a short?
Chat.
Nice work.
See if we come back down to IB low, huh? We got to lose the 50% mark.
Well, someone was saying earlier that shorts were a terrible idea today. Oops.
That's funny.
Oh, he says SPY rebalancing when it's done epic squeeze. Well, there's always something, huh? When it goes up, it's that. When it goes down, it's this.
See, that's why you just have to trade what's in front
That's
of
why
you.
I just trade. Still bullish, Chris?
News dropped. What was that? What news? I'm looking for a long here for the IB strat. I'll share that in a sec if I take.
Yep, yep, yep. See if they can hold this.
I'm essentially looking for a long above this candle once it closes. I need to focus on this.
They're trying to buy this. Need to see continuation, and then I will be looking to add, but not sure I trust this yet.
You bought it?
Yeah, I'm average 332 right now.
45.
Keeping a close eye on this because they're currently trying to buy through it. I need to see them be able to buy through it before I put any more on this. Because they can totally lose this ground right now. Could trade down to the 20s again. Got a pretty decent push.
Yeah, above this candle.
Gonna see if I can get some more on here.
Oh, rejection back down.
Yeah.
Order working. All right, I have my order in. If we cross 345, I'll get long. So this is how it looks. Let me show my trading view.
This is quite a
Created
rejection.
this indicator. So the long would trigger at 345 and my stop would be 305. It would have to trigger, right? If not, then there's no setup here for me at the moment. But if we do, then I look for 2R, 4R, and 6R per the IB rules.
We got this 5-minute close soon. Trying to see if I want to put another one on in this little range here.
I'll try with the regular account too.
No, this is looking pretty weak. That was a pretty nasty trap up there. In the 340, 339, 338.
Yeah, it came right from that new lower high too. So we broke lower, low, lower high, ejecting.
Pretty nasty.
Thanks, Craig. So that's what happened.
What was it? Oh. Yeah, they'll keep going back on that. Like, we're cool, we're not. We're cool, we're not. Who got hit? I think we're rotating. Pretty nasty 5-minute candle. I want to get involved with this.
Order canceled. I got to move my entry now. 342.50. Order working. Oh my gosh, can you guys hear that? It's so annoying. I'll take that off.
Okay. We got a bit of work to do, guys. We are down almost 3K here. A few more stop outs. I'm actually just going to pull the plug.
All right, I'm looking for a long here. If we can get above 342.
We'll let them figure this range out. Rich Pocket says I'm fading XY today. You rich?
Good luck. Today might be the only day.
So far. So far. Yeah, the 15-minute candles are really, really wicky. I hate it.
So I'm going to skip it on this account, but I will leave it in the IB strat account. Looks like we'll trigger it here. I also like it for this. I will try it. Stop filled. Oh, that's nasty. Gave me some nasty slippage.
Order working.
I gotta turn that off, huh? It's annoying. All right, so I am long per the IB strat. May not work because we're just chopping around. So, but I have to take it, guys.
Still stuck in a 100-point range.
Yeah, not a fan.
Adam says, guys, inverse XYZ trades to make a lot of money. You guys would have been making money for the last like 30 minutes.
Man, these hourly candles are just back to back. 15-minute candles are just wicks city everywhere.
Yeah, Shap Cap, it's tough. I'll say the last 4 months.
Looks like it'll be -1R for the IB strat.
Triple wicks here on the 1 hour. Still looks pretty bearish here. Would like them to bounce this higher.
Hardest year trading period for me. 2017 was a big year. 2015 to 2016 was tough because we were just in a big old range. But 2017, once we broke out of that range, we had a huge uptrend. Most challenging year, I would say dollar wise was, I mean, it wasn't as challenging because you get better as a trader, but 2021 was in February of 2021, I had a big loss. And all the years, Jim says. And it took me 6 months to recuperate that loss.
Look for a short if they can get back up to this
So
kind of range here.
So I was just,
Please.
2020 was such a big year that I was just keep pressing it and pressing it. I mean, 2020 was one of my best years. And into January, the market was still going up. So I was pressing it. And then February, out of nowhere, we just had this big hit. And I was on margin. I was heavily long. And I just got caught in that move down. But it's never a bad year because, as you get better in trading, you know how to recover your drawdowns. You know how to minimize trades that you shouldn't be taking, right?
It's really just about cutting losses. I think everyone's really hyper-focused on making sure every trade is a winning trade, but have a process where your losses are a lot smaller than your wins. You'll be all right. Doesn't have to be anything crazier than that. I think high win rate systems are very hard to operate with, like in a sustainable way, for me at least. When a loser can, ooh, someone is walking this tape up.
All right, my IB strat's coming back alive. Let's go.
Yeah, high win rate strategies are really tough on the mental. You'll get the wins, and then a loss will wipe out so many of them. Two in a row would really suck. So I tried that. I couldn't do it, honestly. Don't short because it will reverse. Look, guys, if I short, someone will tell me I'm an idiot for shorting. If I long it, someone will tell me I'm an idiot for longing. That's the streamer life.
So here's the accounts here with the IB strat. Currently long 5 Lucid accounts as well. And either we go into 2R, which I have to set up. So let me do that. 2R is at 415. 415.50. Let's just do that. Then I have to do 2 at 4R for 89. So either my targets will, oh, I don't want to do that. Darn it. 305, 305, 305, right there. So either price will go to my targets or I get stopped out and I get -1R. Yesterday was all TPs were hit and it was a 3.5 R. Let me show this. So this is how the strat has performed. It's been 19 days, series of higher highs, higher lows. Minimize losses and make the most in your winning trades.
Are you covering this before IB?
What's that?
Is this supposed to be covered long when they break IB?
When IB ends, yeah, then I look for the setup. I don't pay for a copy trader. I just trade the 5 accounts you can do on Tradeovate. Freds, that's what I do. That's what you should be doing. I mean, if you're not consistently making money yet, then why wouldn't you focus on one setups? Like understand that setup extremely well. And then apply that to other instruments that generate the same scenarios, the same environments. And then maybe once you're consistent, you can, go into other setups. But if you're not, why are you going from one to another? Oh, you're short now, huh? You don't like it up here.
I'm looking for shorts, but I want to see it actually move. Like I'm taking like 3-point scratches. Oh, I should not have scratched that one. Yeah, I'm being really cautious here. If they don't really move it, I'm getting out. So keeping the losses really small here.
You know what
Gotta
you should read, Fred's? Books by Dr. Van Tharp. He'll help you systematize that one setup.
Carefully watching the 44s and the 45s. There's a big buyer here that's showing. Still trying to press against this 44 guy here. So now that they're willing to trade a little below him, I'm going to add another one.
Hey, thanks, Tarova. Trade is being rejected from 358. That's fine. You know, I have to follow the rules. Like I'm in automatic mode now. Like I did what I had to do, right? That's the beauty of systematic trading is you design the rules, you do historical testing to see how they perform, you iterate if you need to iterate, and then you do forward testing. I'm forward testing with these Lucid accounts, and it's been doing well, right? So I just have to follow the rules regardless of what's happening. You say it's rejecting at 358. At that, you know, probably. Can I get stopped out? Probably. But like I just have to follow the rules. Because it can't be automated, Adam. It's the rules are simple, but it's also there's like three scenarios that happen. And so I'm applying those scenarios on a daily basis.
Okay.
If it could be automated, I've already, tried. But if you don't, if you don't follow the rules here and you see the rejection coming in and you know you're going to get stopped out, then how do you know you're going to follow the rules to wait for your 5R, 6R, 10R targets, right? You don't, because you didn't follow the rules in the first place. Yes is literally not doing anything. It's stuck between the
Yeah.
IB, 25 and 75%. I mean, this is
I'm short 5 lots here.
Oh, you're going for it.
Yeah, I've got some pretty good distance between price and my entry, so it'll be an easy scratch if it really piles back up. My risk looks like, what, 12 points?
Yeah, we should
Getting
have
seated here
moved up by now.
What's up?
We should have moved up by now if we were going higher.
I think they'll go ahead and retest the 20s. It could hold and just go up after that, but I'm going to peel some off the 20s. Now I'm like, oh, I should have put a 6th on. But yeah, they could definitely hold right here and just make their way back up. So I'm looking for that.
Who absolutely. Like I can't expect 6R to hit based on this range, right? Like I can't. But for now it's a range. We don't know if it'll expand later, and we don't know if it'll go in the direction of the higher time frame. I can't, try and guess that. That's why like you have to remove yourself from that and just trade the rules. You'll do well when we're really expanding higher. Like yesterday. Yesterday was we expanded higher and it was a big day. And you have to be okay with getting stopped out in ranges, because for me, this is a trend following strategy.
Those are the best ones, I would say.
What?
Trend following strategies.
Yeah, it's definitely easier for the trader. You know what's funny? Full gluten. When I say that, when I get negative and I say I don't think it's gonna hit, it usually hits. It's like a funny joke with
When
my
you think
group.
it's looking shitty, it works. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah.
It's the opposite for me. That's when you know, like, look, the data's the data. Stop messing with it.
Right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got a good like 20-point move on this and it just ripped back up. Being on the right side of the trend would negate this kind of thing.
I mean, I hope I get 6R, but it's very that's why, if I can just trade the rules, I don't have to think.
Scratched out again. 6 points. Don't want to hold that.
Can I go over my trade? Yeah, so I shared it earlier. Maybe you weren't with us, but we tested support here, and essentially what I was looking for was a pullback for a higher low, and you can see we pushed up to IB high, we pulled back, and this becomes a swing higher low against the morning low. So from there, I'm now looking for continuation higher. It's just pretty, straightforward in that aspect. And then I have my own specific rules for entry, stop, position sizing, different rules for how the IB sets up, where price is, which I haven't really discussed that here. But so far everything has aligned for higher prices, and I took it.
Is ES this is what I got 18-point range ES? Am I seeing this right? Dang.
What?
ES like an 18-point range, right?
Yeah, that's
Am I
that's
tripping?
tiny.
It is.
I mean, we're stuck in between the middle part of the IB. Maybe it
When
breaks
do I
out now.
scratch out instead of holding? When the information is totally different. I got 20 points on that. I didn't take any off. But they instantly bid it up and then they started building around my entry again. A lot of buying. So I'm like, okay, well, either the buying works or they get stopped out and we go lower, but they just kept pushing through. So I just got out. I mean, good thing I did. Took 6 points instead of what could have been like 15. But that's pretty much how I just manage the risk. I want to just cut it. Like I don't want to hold on to this stuff. It'll make your stats, it'll look like you're losing more trades and stuff if you scratch out and stuff, but winner or loser, I'm not even looking at that. I'm trying to get paid. I'm not trying to give too much. Yeah, then you get huevos rancheros. XYZ don't know how to trade. Look, today I can't argue with you.
Yeah, we're just chopping around here, not doing much. But look, as long as we continue to hold, like to me, ES is not doing anything, but we're still holding the breakout from the overnight range, 6860s. So as long as we continue to hold that, I think we're gonna go higher.
Price is trending up too. All these pullbacks are higher lows.
It is Webos. Mm.
Price trading. David, if there's tons of delta, it means there's some pretty good size. It shouldn't be a taper. I think you mean a taper beyond the delta. That's pretty much like a signal of exhaustion if it trades back into and through the delta. Yeah, chat, don't worry about it. When you take losses on stream, everyone's got something to say. It's okay. I'm not worried about it.
Not at the moment, Recon. Well, I mean, uh, I have a Discord, and it is I have a lot of education around it for the Discord, but we're still testing it. This is still at the forward testing stage. We're all sort of trading it in my group. We're putting parameters together, iterating. Hey, Ken.
Alvin, to be honest, I stopped journaling a long time ago. I just do the same thing over and over, honestly. And when things aren't going right in terms of like me following a process, like I could already feel it. I see it in real time. So yeah, it's a do as I say, not as I do kind of thing when I'm like journaling is really good because it is. I think if I journaled sooner, like in my trading years, I would have gotten to where I am quicker, more quickly, for sure. Yeah, no one was dogging me yesterday, huh? I actually had a $26,000 day yesterday, so yesterday was nice. Um, yeah, it is the stats, Alvin. Things look right, things look right. Um, you kind of get like rooted into your process where you're just doing the same thing. That's why wins and losses are not a thing. It's just an equity curve for me. If it's moving right, it's moving right. Cut the risk, it will move right. Everyone's, got their own issues with cutting risk, and it's very personal. It could be subconscious ego. It could be, oh, I don't want to take the loss. It could be, oh, yeah, like I don't want to take the loss financially, but it's also a loss. I don't want a loss. To me, wins and loss, it doesn't matter. My chips are on the table or they're not. I'm either putting chips on the table or I'm taking them off. That's all it is.
And yeah, AMD's up a lot. One that I did not get into. I'm looking for a pullback. All right, let's see if we can get to our targets at 415.75. I'll take half off there.
No dumb questions. Pat, it is not a dumb question. I don't use it myself. So yeah,
I
I'm
would
not the
love
biggest fan.
6R.
If I hit max drawdown AM, will I return for PM? No, there's no point to do more work. Being on the charts is work. Everyone wants financial freedom. They're talking about, oh, trading is this. Buy my course to achieve financial freedom. But everyone's just on the charts for like 8 hours. That's not freedom, honestly. You're a slave to the chart. So for me, it's you show up, you do your work. It's good, it's bad. On to the next. Any reason why I don't apply my strategy to higher time frame swing? Yeah, I don't want to swing because I'm still thinking about the markets. That's not why I'm in the game. Um, Early on in my trading, I made the conscious decision like I'm not trading Globex because I'm gonna sit there. And even if I make money, I'm sitting there. I'm not here to make all the money in the world. I just want, the financial benefits without having to put in so much time. It's been working out. There's always going to be a way to make more money, and it's not even just in trading, it's in everything. And then you're old, and then you're dead, and then you're sick. What's it good for? People like it to put up some crazy screenshots, sure, but I mean, you're gonna flex to some random internet people for what?
Uh, how did we push through the dark days early in our journey? If you went to that? Look, I started learning how to trade because of me losing my kidneys, my sister losing her kidneys, dying, my family losing their money and everything during 2008, all around the same time. So, like, you have to have a why bigger than yourself, right? But I mean, my case was extremely extreme. Others just want to make money, cool, but having that why being greater than me was what allowed me to
I
continue to
think it's hard
focus.
to make it through to trading to like those stage of profitability without a pretty big why. I would say, I don't know if I could say it's impossible, but we'll say improbable. You don't have a big enough why, you're not gonna last through to, when you're okay, when you're profitable, when you've got the system, because you're just gonna keep getting beaten down.
Yeah. And look, losing trades is nothing compared to losing a kidney and going on dialysis and, having heart problems, retaining water in your body. Like, that's real shit.
Hmm.
Losing a trade, but see, it's just the psychological aspect of losing trades and losing money and, getting reactive to that and trading again. But if you're not focusing on the why, like, I don't want to be like real like this, but do you have a daughter or son that you want to like give a good life for? Like, my parents don't have a retirement. I'm their retirement. So, right, their money saved up and we were low income went to trying to save my life. So what do I need to do? I need to make money to help them out and help myself out. Cause back then, I knew that I was going to get sick again. And what happened in 2020? I got sick again. My kidney failed. And then in 2022, I got a new kidney transplant. But I was prepared this time. I had the money thanks to trading, right? It was different. But if I didn't, my parents would have to take care of me again, right? So you force that thinking into yourself. Like, I don't want to be 50 years old. My parents 80, 90 years old, hopefully, and they're still taking care of me. And we never had the chance to make money because I was sick. But like, that's my reality. It may not be the reality for a lot of you guys, but what about the family that you have? What about your parents? What about a brother, a sister, a daughter? Do you want the life, you want to create the life you want for them? Then it's time to sort of like, be that person that you need to be.
Yeah, I
And
mean, it's
really get after
even
it.
it sounds extreme right now, but Chris didn't just like go through all that and get the procedure, and then now he's doing what he does. Like his upkeep is actually crazy. He's super disciplined when it comes to diet, when it comes to exercise, when it comes to
Yeah.
this, to that. Like he's doing everything. It's not everything that he should do. It's way beyond that. So yeah, you guys, even hearing this, it's crazy. But we've had dinners and he's explained to me certain things. Dude, he is. I mean, it ties in, right? You're a profitable trader because you're so disciplined. He is disciplined.
And you just gotta lock the F in, and
You got to lock in. The why's got to be deep. Yeah. There's always something bigger, right? I think it's interesting because in the trading space, the things that you see are bigger is, oh, I'm eating steak tonight. Um, I bought this cool car. I've got this nice watch. What else is there? I mean, there's all these things, but if that's your why, it's pretty loose. It's pretty weak.
yeah.
Like really?
Like, how
Like
are you gonna stick to it really if that's,
yeah, it's just stuff, right? And Chris had all of these motives, family and stuff. My why is pretty similar. I look around and I'm not looking at stuff that I have. And anyone who's been around long enough, you know I have stuff. I've got the stuff. But when I look around, I see my parents not working, my uncle's not working, my wife's not working. There will not ever be an issue enough for them to have to go back to work ever again. There's nothing I could buy at this point that could match that.
Yeah,
So
literally.
get your whys in order. Stop worrying about your wins and your losses on an individual basis. You got to work an equity curve. Work your balance. You'll be all right. But if your why is the stuff, if your metric is the stuff, you might not make it. And if you make it, you might just be like a course seller or something. I don't know if you've made money trading. So, and it's not anything against selling courses. I really do not have an issue with people with skills selling the skills if they are providing value. I'm only referencing to the people who sell things and they just can't trade their way out of a paper bag. It's different. But you get a big enough why, a deep enough why, you'll start to follow your own rules and stuff. But if your why is to take photos of yourself eating steak and drinking wine, hey, come on, man.
I got to do a YouTube and have the YouTube picture instead of a car, have a kidney. I'll advertise
In the
that
thumbnail.
on the thumbnail. Yeah.
It's like you like this, like, hey, check this out. And it's not a car, it's a kidney. Like, cool, you could just go to a dealership, buy that car, but can you just walk to a store and buy a kidney?
Yeah, that my surgery was $1 million, guys. Okay. And I've had 2 of those. Plus dialysis. Like my life is expensive.
Yeah, usually when people say that, it means something else. It means they
Yeah.
just want to spend money on stuff.
I have a $2 million body. Oh, that's funny. So look, guys, I'll share like my biggest drawdown, 600 grand. So, uh, yeah, insurance covers some. So, that was a big loss, but how did I get through that? Well, hey, lose your kidneys, and even though it's a lot, but you just, but again, if you don't know how to go through your losses at a $50, $100, $1,000 level, you won't get to experience having the opportunity to lose 6 figures. You don't want to, but it could happen.
The way that was worded. I would, dude, my brain would melt if I ever experienced a 6-figure drawdown.
Yeah, but that could be, 2%. That could
Yeah,
be
that's a whole different
5%.
thing when you're managing like a portfolio and huge accounts. I'm just a retail trader. That's all I am.
Insurance did cover most of that.
I'm trying to get long in the market. Dude, I cannot get
Dude, it's
any
just,
action
it's
today.
failing back in.
I cannot get action today, dude. It's crazy.
It'll probably be a non-event for the IB strat. Well, it did hit
You
1R.
you took some TPs, right?
No, I can't take until 2R.
Oh, I have faith in the 9 EMA.
Yeah, this guy's back at it, fading XY. Listen, today might be your only day, man. But it won't be.
Rich Pocket's name is for real today. Hey, take advantage of it. Press it when you're hot. Yeah, if the long side doesn't work for me, dude, I cannot find a way into the market because I don't want to short it anymore. Oh, what just happened to my connection here? Am I still on stream? Am I alive, guys?
Thank you for the opportunity to be better, to get better. Chris, how do you manage your trade? Doesn't your average change as you take some contracts at a certain level? No, it shouldn't change. If I bought 8 at 47.50 and I take 4 off at a certain level, why would the cost change? If I only bought once, I didn't average in. I didn't keep buying as price was going up. In this chop, we may never see 2 or 3 R. Absolutely. And I have to be okay with that. And if you're creating
Got to follow the data, right?
Yeah, that's the same. I'm just trading the data. Like, you have to be okay with that. You have to be okay with getting stopped out. Or else your balance can't look like this. -1 or loss, -1 or loss, -1 or loss, but then the gains are 2.5 to 3.5 times bigger, right? And this is how your equity curve should look like. Series of higher highs, higher lows. No erratic trading here, no emotional reactions here. It's very systematic. What are the horizontal green bars? This is my indicator here. It's a support and resistance indicator here that plots at certain levels, and I just trade that.
Oh my goodness, they're going
Yeah, I
back.
don't think it'll work today.
They're going back. Yeah, I am all on the wrong side all the time. Rich Pocket, how rich are we?
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, gang.
Hey, Stowe.
What's up? What's up, homies? How you doing? Hey, Dasha.
Hi, Lumi.
Poorly.
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 Ah,
How are
I got
you
like
guys?
a 20% win
How's your
rate today.
trading?
good.
Chat's making a
I
killing
was
fading
looking
me.
for shorts. I was looking for shorts all morning. Never present opportunity, but I'm still looking for shorts. So yeah.
You're looking for a short higher, or if we break a level?
I'm looking for short NQ below 320 to aim for 100. So I expect to get like 200 plus points lower. But once again, not going to predict. I was wrong this morning. I happy I didn't take any trades yet, but I was looking for shorts all morning. So I just not going to I cannot see this higher. On SPX, yes, we can create new. Let me see SPX real quick. Yeah, we still can create new high, but I don't expect to get much higher yet. YM too bearish still. So really cannot see any reversals on YM yet. It's still bearish, so I'm still looking for shorts on NQ. What about you guys?
Yeah, ES and NQ have been doing completely opposite things today, so that was a little weird. I was short NQ this morning into the previous day high, and then once it yeeted off of that, I tried to short one more time right here. And then that got stopped out, so I just said, to hell with it, I'll be long. So I did get long. Somehow, this was actually a good, I don't know why we've been talking about this a lot, but MNQ and NQ, two different markets, and occasionally this will save your ass. And I had a stop loss that was at 310 MNQ, and it did not get hit right here. So that was nice. And I just sold my last slot right up here at 382 once we pierced the overnight high and came back in. So that's my story. I don't know what either of them are doing right now. There has been like an invincible seller up here at 350, 360 that just, I don't know, is maybe getting his revenge finally. I don't know what's going on. I've got one MES lot on still that I assume is going to get stopped out.
Long?
68.70. I kind of bought this I just started to buy once this bounce down here. Earlier in the day, like over here, there was just Iceberg City at 68.70. So I did something I don't normally do, and I kind of leaned on the point of control for a while. I took most of it off up here at 68.75 and just kind of waiting for ES overnight high to hit. That'd be cool. That's my last stat for the day. But I don't know if she's coming. But yeah, we just keep kicking off of whatever this buyer was earlier. We just keep kicking off of this.
There was a serious buyer.
Yeah. I think the low's okay
I
too.
know. Yeah, as long as YM is bearish, I just cannot long this. I like shorts. I mean, NQ already offered confirmation for short. We took data high. Data high, I mean 8:30 AM news high. Interesting because on MNQ we took this level, but right at market open. But on NQ it failed. So we just took this. Let me highlight this on MNQ as well. So I'm not super bearish on high time frame. I really would like to see lower to maybe even try to swing long, but I don't mind to see 25,100 level on NQ. On ES it's going to be at maybe I'm asking for too much. 68 68.25. Am I asking too much?
I don't know. I mean, I could come all the way back to, I'd like 68.47. Yeah,
I'd like to, as well.
I'd like to come back to 68.47 for ES, and where's my NQ guy? Somewhere down here. 25.195. That's what I was looking for today. And I didn't get anywhere close to that on ES, but yeah. It's kind of that 530 low there, huh? Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's happening today. There's this long down here. This was such a pain in the ass to short into. So
Yeah.
once I got the previous day high, I was like, all right, I'm done. I'm done looking for lower today.
Yeah, just the range.
Yep. That was a nice little convo. Ian's talking about your why and stuff. That was very nice. You guys getting deep for a Friday, huh?
DI Friday, man. You didn't know?
No, nobody
I'm
told
a
me.
first generation immigrant, so real DI.
Same.
Well, I grew up in a trailer park. Does that count for anything? It was pretty cool.
No,
Well, listen, that just
look
makes
at your
your
skin
why
tone.
stronger.
Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't need any extra white points, Chris, but thanks. I'll put them in the bank. They're not really redeemable for anything. Oh,
We all have
man.
our whys.
I think the best why for just trading in general is if once you can figure out, I was thinking about this morning. It was once we got that price action yesterday and I was able to get away with some longs that I haven't been able to get away with in a while. I kind of my body relaxed in a way I wasn't aware that it needed to relax.
My body relaxed.
I was like, oh my God, we might be out of that price action. It was just some hope for a moment that maybe I could go back to the stuff I was really good at. But I'm so grateful for the last couple months. I worked so hard and I finally was able to put some really good short trades on the board. And I think it's added a ton to the way I'm able to view the other side of this price action. And the real benefit to if you can figure out how to pull a couple bucks out of the market, you can kind of bulletproof your life in a lot of ways. Yeah, sure, it's nice to have a Lambo and steak probably. But the real benefit would be you can't get laid off from clicking buttons, And if the world gets into a weird spot, I remember the Great Recession. It wasn't fun. I was just a kid but it's still like, it was weird. People suffered. And if you can bulletproof your life in any way and protect yourself from situations like that and protect your family, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes with it too, like pulling points, right? I think that's where everyone gets lost because they think it's about pulling the points, but it's about keeping the points.
Yes.
Everyone's like, you see that stuff like $200 a day is $1 million a year. Like, you gonna make $200 every day? Really? Every day? Like, or it's crazy.
Well,
It's
you
crazy
make that mentality is what leads to the whole Dasha, let me know if you're going to take your short here. We'll flip
I'm
to you.
trying short.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
You trying to
sometimes it's
fade
like,
me?
oh,
No. I just knew. I know your style so well. I
Gotta
want to
put a
make
chart
sure
on.
we can narrate your short when it comes up because I know you're getting your confirmation right now.
Yeah, I got my confirmation.
See, I pay attention on Fridays, Dasha.
Yeah.
Oh, remind me too. We have to talk about that new Mario movie at some point today.
I didn't even
It
know
was amazing. It was so good. My kids love it.
there's
It
a
was
new
good.
Mario movie.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
And I don't, okay, I won't spoil it, but I saw your tweet. You already spoiled it. Can I say it?
Yeah.
And Star
It was a
Fox
good
is in
one.
it?
Dude. Okay. So yeah, spoiler alert, chat.
That's crazy. That's what got me though. I was like, oh, Mario movie, that's something. And then I saw that spoiler. I was like, I think I have to watch this.
I was just chilling. I like Mario just as much as the next guy. I was just chilling with Willow. She was enjoying the time. We were like eating popcorn and Nerds Rope. That's my kryptonite, man. I love that Nerds Rope so much. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, comes Star Fox, and I like jumped out of my seat because Star Fox was big for me when I was a kid. That was I used to go to, my parents would drag me to the mall and I would go to Sears and they had like a game console that you could play. We didn't have a Super Nintendo or Super Nintendo, but they had this console that you could play at Sears like as a demo. So I would just sit there for hours and play Star Fox. So I was pumped.
Star Fox N64, top 5 N64 game.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely. So he's in there and he's cool.
And he's cool. Thank you for that.
He's just as cool as you think he would be.
Wasn't sure, but thank you for that.
By the way, did you buy a popcorn bucket with Mario?
No, they didn't have that at my theater.
I got it. It was like $12 only.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Yeah, that was nice one. My kids enjoyed this.
That's great.
Let me try to find the photo. But movie is cool. I guess I like this even better than first one.
Okay. I disagree. I really liked Seth what the hell is his name? Who was Donkey Kong? He's in Knocked Up and Seth something. Seth Rogen?
He's Donkey
Seth
Kong?
Rogen. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, Seth Rogen is Donkey Kong in the first Mario.
See, my kids
really?
were prepared. 1 second. Look at his t-shirt.
Oh.
He was ready.
Oh my
He
God,
was
that's
ready
awesome.
for this.
Oh, that's so cool.
Someone said talk trading. Mark Goff wants trading talk.
Oh, too much. Well, we talked about Mario for like 10 seconds.
Hey, yeah, that's too much, man. Tell them everything about the market right now.
Yeah, we're staying in the
right now.
range. Coming back into support.
There you go. That's what he wants to hear. ES has got to make a new low, right? I mean, this this ain't right.
Well, every time I think that, it goes ahead and doesn't do
doesn't?
it. So, yeah.
This is kind of crazy here.
That's funny.
Nah, they got to go back for it. They got to go back. This is insanity.
Oh, yeah. But anyways, Mark, this one's for you. Back to the thing about making $200 a day. That mentality sucks when all of a sudden you're on your 10th day of making $200 a day and you don't make a single dollar to the good, and you find out that you're all of a sudden minus $2,000 on the day.
Just trying to get there. It'll
trying to
be
get to that
zero
200
account
bucks.
balance after that. Yeah, or they'll tell you like, oh, it's crazy how people won't take $100 profit when you could work a whole day to make $100. I'm like, dude, where is this coming from? Like, it is so crazy.
It's weird. I don't
People
know.
won't take profit at $20 when they, after 20 seconds when they got to go to work for an hour to make $20. I'm like, that's not really
the same thing.
Then you see all this stuff and you're like, what the hell? Make $100 a day super easy and you're rich. Don't worry about losing days. It's not gonna happen. Like really? Make a lot of money when you're on the right side and don't give too much back when you're not. Like,
yeah.
But that doesn't really sell anything. So
I think it's best. The thing that I've been best served with, and like I'm just trading my normal tiny cash account today. Now that VIX is back I think we opened in like 19. So I felt a little more comfortable
VIX
not
can,
getting smoked with a headline today.
VIX can buy cigarettes now.
Yes. No, it's 21, dude.
Is it 21? Oh, that was 18. Yeah. I wouldn't know. I don't smoke. But yes, when VIX is old enough to buy a drink, that's when the market gets better.
I agree.
Nick for a cig. Good morning. Good morning.
But if you just limit yourself to the opportunities that you have or don't have, instead of trying to be like, well, I need to make $200 today. Like if I get another opportunity, I'm going to get in, but if I don't, then I won't.
I need to learn how to use NinjaTrader drawings. So I'm going to highlight why I'm going to take partial these levels because people are going to ask me 100%.
Okay.
1 second, they don't open.
Dasha, you need a secretary for notations. We need somebody over there.
It's true. But right now it's Nate's. Let's say okay, it should be 40 here as well. And here we go.
Word.
Kinderkin, it's really easy, man. Like you just click this you see this little thing. It says at the money strategy. You just go in here, you click edit, and you just set them and you save them. And then all of a sudden your bracket's there. Like it's pretty easy, bud.
Done.
Oh, sorry for the spoiler, Mike. Enjoy
I
Star
know,
Fox.
I was just seeing that. Like, don't tell him.
My bad.
Whatever you do, Mike, don't tell him, okay? Make it a surprise. Make it a surprise.
Well, my kid didn't know who Star Fox was. She was like, what is wrong with you? And I'm like, you have no idea. You don't know what's happening right now.
Just a guy? Are you insane?
So right now it seems like both ES and Q trying to respect New York midnight open. So basically trying to sweep this level. But since YM below New York midnight open, so it's still bearish. And once ES and Q breaks below New York midnight open with big displacement, so it should be big drop. Big, like huge drop. So I would like to see just solid break below 290 on NQ and 68, 66 on ES. Then it's going to be like just quick drop. Let's see.
Yeah, I guess if the Dow and NQ can get on the same page, I mean, ES can at least go take out its overnight low. That's my last stat to think about. And they sure did. I mean, this was some selling. Like straight down off that overnight high on NQ. So I don't hate it. I'm not going to take it with you, But I'm gonna root for you though.
Last time you said this as well, and it took me it took me out of break even.
Sorry.
I remember. Oil's so bullish. Since oil is bullish, indices should go slightly lower. Thank you. Yes, really trying to break this New York midnight open.
XY, you use the, and Chris too, you use the 9 EMA all the time. Would you consider that a good place for a stop loss? Because I would imagine that's kind of not a good place for a stop loss.
I wanted price to get to the 9 closer so that I can start getting short for a new low, but it's kind of slowing down. So
below 290 should be another short opportunity. I think so.
Like I want most of my size to be around 9, so I can't put too much on here, unfortunately, because there's still a risk that they'll get to the 9. I mean, right now it's starting to run, so whatever. But
a little bit.
It's tricky to size in when it's kind of like, all right, they might do it here, they might go up. Let's just start small and we'll add along the way, or we'll scratch out if they're still going up. Don't want to put too much on, so it's 3 right now. Also for you two to know, I have been wrong like all day. So
you're saying you're due. All right.
And that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. No, I got faders in the chat today, and
oh, really?
They're banking, Stowe.
All right.
They're banking today.
Good.
So,
I like when
some good, some bad.
I like when the faders win.
Some good, some bad.
Coming back.
Watch, it will pay. I may have been early, but I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I wanted shorts. I wanted shorts all day. And
I'm not the one. Woohoo.
I've been getting washed, like just, and then when I'm like, it's time to long, I just took two stop outs on longs. Well, I mean, they weren't really big, small scratches, but still, like I'm wrong, right? So I'm like, dude, you know what? Huh? If you guys are looking for the same trade as me, proceed with caution. That's all I'm gonna say. Ask chat, they know.
I like that they played that Michael Burry clip.
Yeah.
By the way, chat, that is the one time in the history of space and time that something has ever happened. It was that one time.
This is the one time?
That was the one time, and they made a movie about it. So if something ever happens,
that's true.
Just know they're going to make a movie about
Black
it.
Swan, huh?
Yep, that was it.
No, oil went negative during COVID. That was something.
But they haven't made a movie about it, so I'm not counting it.
Hollywood's the authority here. Got it. You know, like all things, Hollywood is the authority.
Yo, ES going for new IB low?
And Q
that's a double
says
IB break.
No.
I think ES going right now around 68.55, like right now. Next step will be 68.50. But 55 should offer minor reaction. I think so.
I like it. I love 55. Did you see that? Did you see anybody at 55 and 50 yesterday? Because there was a ton.
155? Yeah, we were live on stream, and I was like,
It's projection level for me. But yeah, I mean, I don't remember about yesterday, but
I think
it was crazy.
No, I was talking about ES. I'm sure that's close to where it was on. And I was watching NQ
a guy put out 815 lots on the bid. Instantly, one go, one tick, filled the whole thing.
It was cool.
And then they just kept absorbing it, and then it never went down again. Market never went down again.
This should have been, I thought about. I was yelling at the screens yesterday for sure, partying. I was like, gosh, missing. This is good content. I should be saying this to a chat.
Lumi,
but my friends are doing.
Lumi, where does this trade end?
You're talking about my TP or what?
Yeah.
My
the final
TP. Ideally, I would like to see 25,103, but I put this at 122 just in case.
103.
Just in case I want to. Yeah, that's 200 points lower, even more.
Yeah,
I know.
I hope you're right.
Let's go. We need 200 points. Win. Oh, you're in short as well. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I was scaling. I wanted to short much higher towards like 320s, but they're having some trouble up there, so I had to.
I had 3 TPs. First TP 243, second TP 204, and final TP 122.
This is a previous day close here on ES. See what happens.
I was
ES
short
should
into
just
the prior day
offers.
high earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty top rope short too. And then I was like, I told Chris, like, this is prior day high. I think if they reject this, it's going to be so bullish. And then they rejected it. Killed my runner. Then it came back like 70 points. This is
We got a new low in
redeem time.
ES.
Yeah.
Yes is finally cracking. NQ's got this really thick bid right here.
Yeah.
I hope it's fuel to the flame. I really would not enjoy a sweep and then just a ramp up.
I cannot see longs today. I mean, highest level expect to get an incurity like hit. I just refuse to believe in longs. Like no reason to go higher. No, zero.
That was me in the morning, and someone called me an idiot.
You're not alone?
You were so against him looking for shorts.
That was funny.
Let's get 200 points, please. It's time for a huge W.
Yeah, well, it's moving. It's moving.
I'm just an idiot that clicks buttons.
The whole time I was like, hey, look, you're not wrong. I'm doing my best.
It'd be a nice low on ES there.
Don't say that, man.
See if we can get past this.
What was Globex range? Anyone see at the top? It was like 300. Is that 200 points ish range?
Sorry guys, someone asked me what's the reason for shorts only. So overall on high time frame, I'm not super bearish, but since we got huge move on Tuesday night, remember this? We got a big gap that never was filled. So I expect to get, maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's too much to ask, but I expect to see price will try to drop towards that gap that we got on Tuesday night. And if it's not going to break this, I would like to see longs, big longs back to maybe like 26,000, maybe. But I expected to get this drop yesterday and on Wednesday. It never happened. We simply consolidated. So I truly believe it will try to drop, at least will start dropping today. Maybe Sunday and Monday will continue going towards that new day opening gap that we got on Tuesday. But yeah, I'm not bearish, but I really would like to see this retracement to downside first on medium and high time frame.
You know what's funny, Lumi? I've been trying to get like an 800 point short all week.
I mean, yeah,
I'm trying to
I
see,
expect to get this as well.
Trying to see the 630s trade. So yeah, I'm there too.
Yesterday I was shorting YM. It was break even. On Wednesday I shorted YM. It was W, but I pretty much conservative is my target. So I didn't expect to get 800 points, but I got my money. Right now I'm in with 7 micros on my all funded accounts in some evals. So right now I'm up like 100 points already. Wow, that's wild. So first tap on NQ is about to hit 260. That's just minor equalos. Would like to see a sell through this level to 243. It's my first TP. I'm going to close 4 micros there because it's daily open level. I put slightly above daily open level. So I would like to see just drop to daily open reaction from there because it's gonna line up with 68.55 on ES, but not big reaction. It's still bearish. So let's see, guys. 243 first TP, second TP London low, final TP 122. But it's going to be like 200 points, 235 points if it's going to hit. That's a lot.
Looking for a second TP 248 here.
Money.
Gonna trail my stop loss slightly lower.
I'll negotiate. All right, we're down to 3. See if we get some overnight low action.
Come on,
Here's
each day daily
55.
opens is over. Yeah.
This thing right here.
The violins came out. Hey, maybe I should have just waited for Dasha to get on to start trading.
It's good luck for
You
sure.
live and you
Yeah.
learn. You know, you live and you learn.
Yeah, we called market makers, and I said like probably short will happen once I will be on NinjaTrader Live, because on my morning stream I was waiting for short for 2 hours, nothing happened. I said it will happen on NinjaTrader Live.
She
And
called market maker, said,
yeah.
my good friend XYZ, he is down like
We
$65,000
trying to
today.
short, please send it.
He really needs this. This guy's down like 300,000 right now. He needs this, please.
I mean, NQ, stop. What are you doing?
At the previous day
Yeah, NQ
close
is
there.
definitely the one that's making things harder today versus
Yeah.
ES. ES has been pretty clean. When it tries to make a choice, NQ is always like, I don't wanna. You can't make me. You can't make me.
Hey, David, somebody found my email and emailed me something great. So thank you for that. If you're watching, if you're still on here.
Oh, that's nice. Was it nice?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I like when the humans are nice.
Thanks for that.
Still need to see lower. You still holding XYZ? Oh yeah, hold it.
Yeah, I had 5 on. I
243,
took
like
2 off.
100% needs to be taken.
100%.
I can. Someone said
I'm looking
put
for
magnets.
220s and then under 2. I'm looking for overnight low next, and then hopefully I can hold one for like 1,000 points or something. Yeah, something light. Nothing crazy. I really would enjoy this 640s, 630s trade. Yeah. Maybe with the power of friendship, we can make it happen.
Watching this spot.
Look at that drop. You guys did great with the shorts.
Yeah.
I know
For
daily
real.
open
Carlos
needs to
says
be taken.
XY close. It's going up.
I don't know about
Adding
that.
more. I'm adding more short.
Yeah, that's good grief.
It's a really thick bid here, but I think they're going to chew through it. And if they don't, hey, it is what it is.
Yes, has quite a single print there. The NQ didn't get. NQ just kicked off that IB in previous day high. Let's see if the seller can keep it going.
Guys, I got to make, I'm holding because I got to make this count. I didn't really get the size that I was looking for on. It was such a good setup because I don't want to say guaranteed, but like ES is low. Like, come on, that was a really prime target for me. Best case scenario was to get closer to the 9, get my size in there, and then go for the ride down. But they couldn't get there. They were short about 20 points, so I couldn't get the size that I wanted. You got to play it safe. It's not about how much you can make. It's about how much you could lose.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, my time is up. My dogs are calling me.
All right.
You guys
Well, good to-
enjoy your sesh. Luby,
good to see you, brother.
So, good shorts, good trades. We'll
Thank
see you next
you.
week.
Dumb.
Oh, we'll see you in Miami next week.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're all going.
Yep. We're partying without you.
I know. I'll be in Hawaii. I will see you guys when we're back.
Oh,
boo.
seriously?
Yeah. Boo.
Boo, boo, this man. He
Bad.
can't make money. He can't go to Miami. What's he good for?
That's funny.
I'll see you guys.
All right.
All
Later.
right, guys, have a good weekend. Later, chat.
Pretty sure 227 guaranteed TP. I put at 243, so needs to be taken. ES is below daily open. NQ is above, so NQ big chance to break below daily open as well. That's why I'm pretty sure my first TP, where I'm going to take half of my position off, will be taken.
Okay.
Do you see something at 227, 245 area?
Yes. Yeah, that's so there's right below this is a good spot. I might get long there. ES looks like it's gonna puke through this 55 guy.
Yeah, next up is going to be 68.50, which is London low. But honestly, I wouldn't mind to see 68.25.
This is NQ's previous day close right here, and they've just tapped it again. It's not uncommon to just go and check those out. And ES is at an extreme. The thing I like about, so I got this green box here. This is London's 30-second opening range, and ES is also inside of its right now.
Yeah, we have minor SMT at these lows. I still
Yes.
don't like, I don't like it, but I still would like to see daily open retest first on NQ. I don't know. That's why my half position off at that level. I also expect to get reaction. I'm gonna leave just 3 micros in the position if it's going to take daily open.
There's definitely a passive seller here at 68, 57, 50, 58, somewhere in there. They're trying to back you up, Dasha. They're trying to keep it moving down. We'll see. We'll see this little tug of war here at
Hope
who wins.
so.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I'm trading right now. My accounts, some eval, some funded accounts, but I traded right now everything I have. Right now I have 34 connected accounts to this trade.
I don't know. The bid's refreshing. I can't. Yeah, it's too close to call there for me to get into this short. I kind of want to. I want to be short right here at 270, but I'm gonna check it out. There was a lot of buying at the previous day close that they did not. The sellers were not able to cross through. It's a pretty big group of turkeys down there. Trying again. What time is it? So noon just happened. There's sometimes like this little 12:05 guy that clicks in.
Someone asked me if it was my perfect short. Yes. I was waiting for exact short since market opened. I was waiting all morning to get this short.
It was good too. It was great.
Yeah. And on my morning stream, I said, no way I'm going to long this. It's either short for me and I'm going to short this, or it's going to be like no trades.
Dasha, you might be the most patient trader I know.
Yeah, I know. I was patient enough.
Is it from having kids?
I like
because I'm
yes.
not patient. I should be.
Do you always wait for 5 minutes? Oh, I don't use fair value gaps for my trade, for my entries. I use only order blocks. But yeah, fair value can be continuation setup or just confirmation. But I don't use 1 minute chart at all. But no, I don't use fair value gap for entry point. Yeah, sell below 10M open also was good play. Yes, no problem with this. First opportunity could be like high risk entry, 3 million to be like better opportunity below 10M open. It's up to you. I mean, 2 great entries. I just entered 7 micros. I could add actually to my position at 10M open, but 7 micros is already a lot for NQ trade on Friday. But yeah, short below 10M open was good play as well. It was initial plan. Nice shorts. This chart, 3 minute chart. I use 3 and 5 minute chart for entries. Yeah, I still trade 3 million OBs for like 16 months. Not cheating on them.
It's really slowed down. They have put some liquidity down there, though. At least on ES.
I think NQ will try to take daily open. Pretty sure it will take this, and then it might be reaction. The question is big reaction or not? Because if no reaction, it should be just straight down, free fall.
More ice down here at 53. I got to splash that, right?
Come on. So once again, guys, my TP 7 points higher than daily open. My TP at 243.50. I put it slightly higher just in case they want to like reverse couple of ticks away from daily open. So I decided to give it like a room. So 243.50 is my TP, just in case it's really hard to see text on your screen. How can I
Okay, one more test this previous day high. So this is definitely a really good example of how to use the delta volume profile to determine the auction. So this is a bunch of sellers right here crossing the bid into a passive buyer. And this is a bunch of buyers crossing the bid into a passive seller. So there's a seller here trying to hold previous day high. And then there's a buyer here trying to hold previous day close. So this is a little tiny war. I would like to see who comes out on top. I'm kind of looking at ES for a guide, and I don't have one. So I don't know. It's going a little slow for exciting short continuation.
stuck at equal lows right now?
Yeah.
I mean, definitely partial level, but I don't know. I just truly believe daily open needs to be taken. I
That's
can take
cool.
like 1 micro off here, but once again, it doesn't going to make a huge difference for me.
Yeah,
Still would
you
like to
got
see
room
longer.
too. I just don't know if I should get in this short. It's tricking me.
Because it was consolidation all morning. That's why it was hard.
Yes.
Drinking my Kirkland water.
Good, good. I gotta go. I don't want to go this weekend, but I might have to. Although the new cat shows up on Sunday, so it's gonna be a crazy weekend. Stowe, what close do I use? 4 p.m. Eastern time. All right, we're getting through it. They're pulling on the Dom. Let's see. They're kind of stacking the bid up too. All right.
Come on, NQ, I know you can do this. It was like 5 ticks away from my first TP. Wild. Actually, I'm going to probably close, if it's going to hit this line, I'm going to close 5 micros, not 4 micros. Because truly expect to get reaction from there. But yeah. Don't go higher yet, please.
That might be this. See him step back in. We kind of tested this 90 guy. This was the previous spot that we had sold from. So this is next up on the list. Previous day high is going to hold to get higher. What level? The daily open? What level were you trying to get to, Dasha, on NQ?
Daily open at 237.
237.
What do you see there?
Oh, that's the that's the Globex open. Okay, cool. Sweet. Got it. I don't have that marked anymore because I have too much stuff on my chart. I normally look at that. I normally just glance at it, but I must have forgotten to do that. All right, so I am watching. Just so everybody know, I am watching NQ, but trading MES at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take another one.
Oh, you long on ES.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I was waiting for this. It took me a couple times, and I doubted it big time, but I buy this extreme V range, and I've got a squiggly line down here, and I don't know if this is counter trend or not, but oh, nice, cool. Could go higher if you want to. All right, I'll take
Too
another one
early.
there at the
Just
IB.
daily open and go higher. I don't mind. Please.
So we just came back and retested that spot on ES now. So I'm definitely in a counter trend trade. So I might have to trail this.
I wouldn't say like it's counter trend trade simply because it's consolidation.
That's fair.
So really hard.
NQ,
I mean, it's
NQ
just
looks more
consolidation.
bullish, so that's why I've had NQ up. I've been trading off of that.
See this scam over here? I mean,
all right, so I'm watching 64. Sorry, I'll put the chat. What do you want me to have up? Do you want me to have the ES chart there? Here, I'll move everything over. Sorry. Well, I'm only sharing one screen, so it's weird to look at. I'm always worried about moving stuff around on my screen, like I've got some secret documents on my desktop. It's going to be like Stowe's super secret file, and I accidentally share it on YouTube. I don't have any secret files, though. All right. We're going to tighten this up.
Dasha trade minions and destroy everyone. Maybe in near future I'm gonna do this, but not ready for this yet.
Boy, we got close to that overnight low, huh? Okay. So I'm watching NQ to see if we can hold this 90 guy again. If we lose this, I'm going to close the ES trade. But if we hold on to it, I'm going to try to float back in to balance. And this would be a great low to leave on ES. I remember some 55 dude from yesterday. 50 to 55 was a pretty big buyer. I don't remember it specifically, but I just remember it being a total pain yesterday. So hopefully that dude is still trying to party.
So ES still below New York midnight open. And Q just closed above New York midnight open. Definitely not good sign for my short, but once again, I don't see longs today. So just don't like longs.
Oh, shaft cap. Very funny, bud. Very fun. I want to be long. So I could probably make, some, I want to market by. We got to figure out there's probably enough Ramones songs that we could figure out how to make, trading songs out of Ramones songs. Oh, that's hilarious, bud. You guys keep asking about my band. Well, guess what? I finally said it was okay for production to share the band stuff. So I asked my band this morning, I was like, do you mind if all these weirdos on the internet figure out what our band sounds like? And they're like, no. So it's like, okay, fine. Yeah, Jerry. There it is.
So I just cut the trade on Lucid accounts and Tradify accounts for $800 profit. So just left the trade on my APX take profit trader and E8 futures accounts. So on Lucid and Tradify, I log the profit. $800 is more than enough for me. But gonna leave the trade on E8 futures, take profit trading and APX.
That's cool. That's a good call. I like managing like that as well.
Yeah, let's see. I like this. I'm gonna disconnect Lucid and Tradify now.
Thanks, NinjaTrader. Yeah, the band's called Night Marathons. One word. And you don't have to like it. You don't have to listen to it. It's not, no pressure. It's just a punk rock band. But Yins have been asking.
Let me hold. I just have consistency on Tradify, so I prefer to close for $800 because my base hit on Tradify accounts normally $500. So $800 is already like more than I need. So I decided to log this there. Better to log.
You're talking me out of this trade right now. I think you might be right, Lumi.
We will see. We will see.
Dude, Chris Bova just made the most insane reference of all time. And I don't know if you knew that I would know what that is, but yes, I know exactly what the River Bottom Nightmare Band is. That's from the best Christmas special that's ever existed, Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas.
Someone asked, what is your acceptable daily profit? I mean, some people hate to have daily target in terms like for profit. For Tradify Lucid, I'm trying to aim for $500 a day. On my 20 Apex Fund accounts, 250. And on TPT, it's also like 250, $300. So that's why my my stop right now set at 266, which is my base hit in my nether accounts. So it's either going to be 266 or I'm going to make a lot. We will see. But happy I close the trade on Tradify and Lucid.
Okay. I would say I want to hold this 58 if I feel like this trade's going to go any further north. Otherwise, Lumi's going to take this and run south.
Trap it. Please.
It seems grouchy.
Guys, I use Replicanta copier. What else do you want to know about this? I use it for 3 years, no complaints. Works good for me. They recommend to copy up to 20 accounts, but I copy sometimes 30 plus accounts. Works good. Like there is small difference in feels, but not huge one. Magnets, Dasha. I don't have option to put magnets on NinjaTrader. Sorry about that.
I gotta get you onto that trade copy of life. It's the good stuff, man. I know you don't want to cheat on Replicanto, but it's good. It's good.
Trade Syncer, nice one, and Trade Copier also good one.
Yep.
They cloud based, if I'm not mistaken. I know some people trade from their Mac. Unfortunately, you cannot use NinjaTrader there yet, especially, I mean, like Replicanta.
Yeah.
In your Mac yet. I think it's going to be like yet for now. But they're going to add, please, to Mac as well, NinjaTrader. But yeah, nice copier is going to be Trade Syncer if you use Mac, or Trade Copier. Now or never. Yeah, now if it's not going to drop now, it's not going to drop at all today. We still expecting New York midnight open.
I choose never. Can we choose never? Never sounds
Nope.
good. Let's get back
Nope.
to 68.90 or whatever.
Only now and nothing else.
Oh man. So I went to the Mario movie last Friday when we would normally be streaming. I was like, this is perfect. Because we were off and the kid was on spring break. So I was like, all right, well, I have to tell my friend Dasha about this. And she was like, you have a friend? I was like, yeah, I do. Kind of.
We went, when it was like April 2nd, I guess it was April 2nd or April 3rd, also a week ago. Yeah, it was a good one.
But yes,
My husband was sitting next to me saying like, oh, it's too boring. Why I went with you guys?
It was not boring. It was awesome.
It wasn't boring. I agree. Like it wasn't boring. It was a good one.
But Willow she hasn't been home to watch you and I stream, but I showed her some clips and she thought it was very cool. She's like, do you mean girls can stream? I was like, yeah, girls can trade. I was like, yeah, man, you can click these buttons someday if you want to. She thought that was great. Our big new sport, Dasha, I think is going to be cheer. She just did 3 days of cheer camp, and she told me this morning, Dad, my whole life is cheer now, by the way. So I was like, okay. I guess that's my life then.
Yeah, I'm so excited to meet you in Miami. Yeah, looking forward to this.
Same. Lumi, they're asking you for a gold chart. Can you help the people?
Who asked? I didn't see you. Trade copier, it can be trade thinker or trade copier for Macs if you like Mac user. But if you just use your PC, so I would say Replicanta is great option.
I'll take another one. We'll see.
Cloud-based, yeah. Some people don't like this.
Sure, taking their time with whatever's going to happen here.
Market is so painful. I agree with you. I mean, it's Friday, so
Yeah.
it's normal price action for Friday. Make the call. I already made the call. It didn't help. Check oil.
The market's only painful if you let yourself be in pain. You can harness the power of positive energy and feel good about a painful market if you really want to. That's what I'm doing. I've been scalping 4 points down here, so I'm in just as much pain as anybody else.
That's funny. I'm gonna stay simply because I was waiting for this trade for 3 hours. So simply because of this, I need to see my TP or break even. Nothing else. I was patient enough. Come on, market makers. I deserve TP, please.
I agree.
I was patient enough.
Still have this whole, wow, look at that single print from yesterday still. My goodness. NQ not as big. That's interesting. YM
was bearish from the very beginning. That's why I was skeptical about longs.
Yeah. There was a moment when ES was going down and NQ was going up, and I have not seen that in a hot minute. So I had a feeling YM was crying in the corner or something. I don't know what it was so sad about, but it was certainly sad about something.
People said we need magnets. I mean, guys, I know, but
Nick, I don't know. I don't know because I don't think TradingView has tick data. So there's probably one, but it doesn't need tick data for that. There's got to be one that will show you 30-minute periods on TradingView. I don't know. I haven't looked at TradingView in a very long time. But they have TPO charts now, don't they? So there's got to be a way. There's got to be a way to have a single print indicator on TradingView. Right? I'm pretty sure.
Well, guys, I found the option for magnets. Let's see if it's going to help us.
Nice. All right. Something's going on. It's getting wiggly. Is somebody talking? What's going on today? It's almost 12:30.
Let me check financial juice to see.
It's Friday. These people give me a break with the news bombs, please.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, I'm just going to chill. This is fine.
Yeah. I do like how NQ respects in New York midnight open, which makes my trade still look good. But if it's going to break above 290 again, so your long will play out.
Shap, I don't monitor the situation on purpose. I do occasionally see the situation by accident. The only monitoring I do of it really is when an algo slaps a bunch of lots into my face and I get stopped out angrily. Then I know the situation's happening. I don't know what is happening of it, but I know something happened. Dasha, why are they asking you if you're going to fast this weekend? You got to fast this weekend?
Yeah, I have a plan to see, like lots of people keep recommend, like you need to try to fast for a couple of days to see how you're going to feel right after this. So I read information about this on internet. Google helped me. So
okay,
I will try. I started today. So we will see how it goes.
Are you just doing it for health stuff?
Yes.
I've seen that happen. Okay, cool.
Just to see how it goes.
I've made it a couple days. It's not a good time, but it does get easier after you start.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I want to do 72 hours.
Okay, that's cool.
I really want some fried chicken. Man, you're trying to give up too early.
18 days? That seems a little long. I don't know if I could do that.
Yeah, same.
I'm just probably not healthy enough to be doing that at all. My thing about the Trump tweets is I don't feel like they're worth knowing because I don't think they contain information. Like, I just don't think that they exist in reality. So there's they don't help me do anything. So I find the more stuff I can ignore, the better I am at approaching like life in general. Although I can't believe dude said the F word on Easter. That's wild. That's crazy work.
Come on, hit daily open. So initially I had 4 micros of my 7 micros on daily open. Right now I put 5 micros because I want to see a rejection from daily open. So I'm gonna lock. I hope
my
I'm gonna lock
God.
1100.
Did he really say that, Dasha? My goodness.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I mean, dude,
Yeah.
it disgusts me that someone would talk like that about other human beings. It's just insane. I don't know.
That's crazy.
Dude, it is so hard to raise a kid in a world where the president of the United States disrespects other people's lives that much. Like, holy crap. I can't imagine if my parents had to sort through this life, this timeline that I'm in right now and try to figure out how to teach me right from wrong. Good grief. Sorry. I'm not trying to get political, but that stuff is nuts to me. Wow.
That's why I sent it in the chat, just wild.
Wow. You're literally supposed to tell little kids to treat other people how you'd like to be treated. Like, that's a pretty common parenting thing to say out loud over and over again. How in the world are they supposed to realize that their parents are saying this thing, but the way that the world works is now all the way over here? Like, I don't. Shocked. All right.
All right, back to price action. Nothing happened for the last hour.
Yeah. No, we just came back and touched that 55 spot again. And there's still a bid there, but they are putting a bunch of liquidity lower. So I don't know. They got these 100 lot folks sitting down here at 53, 55, 52, 51, 50. When am I going to start a sourdough company? Never, man. It's hard making bread. I don't want to make bread at scale. It's hard to just make one loaf.
Well, okay, market makers. I didn't want to say this, but no option.
You calling
243 or no, 243 or market is a scam. They're usually scared of this. Yeah, I checked. They're usually scared of this. 243.50, my bad, or market is a scam. I didn't want to do this, guys, really.
They're going to take this low. Let's see. What do I got? I got 2.75 points in there. All right, risking $50. That's fine. We'll get stopped out. We might have to get back in, though.
I believe yes, right now going to 6850.50.
Okay.
And if no reaction, 6825 will be low of the day around this level. Lower. Take this 43.50, please. 7 points away. I know you can do this. Come on. Mm.
Yesterday's
will
lows,
go
Jay.
lower.
That would be low.
Let me see the price for this.
Are they going to they tick me out to the tick? Oh, that's going to suck.
If it's going to reverse, it will be painful. I agree with you. So technically, previous daily low level only yes possible if it was not Friday. So
They're still on
I
it.
do, guys, I do expect to get TJF. My final TP, let me move my perfect magnets. My final TP sets slightly above TJF. So I do expect to get this. See, I put it at 122, but I believe TJF set right now at 102, just in case. It's Friday, so I put this at 122, but I really, really want to see TJF today. And please, 243.50. See, I did not close a trade. I was waiting all morning. Let me actually delete this level right now.
Oh my gosh. Come on, get through it. This is brutal.
I hope my husband doesn't watch this right now because he will say like, what was the point to hold this when it was like a couple of ticks away from your TP? And I have nothing to say.
Does your husband trade too?
Not really. I mean, he knows a lot about trading, about ICT concept. He trades from time to time, but not like every single day.
Well, that's cool. You guys can at least talk about the same
stuff
like
no,
that.
No.
No?
Please? No.
Oh, all right.
I always think about divorce, how to kill him when he's trying to tell me like, why you didn't close here? I know, guys, if he's watching right now, he gonna say, what was the problem to take partial here? It was like 1 point away. It's not going to make huge difference. And I know it's going to end bad. Please, market makers, to avoid this. 243. I'm not asking a lot. Save family, please. Save family.
I don't have a single soul that knows what any of this stuff is in my real life outside of my friends on the internet. So it's I don't have a single. I could never.
It was a good one.
You got this. They're gonna get it. Come on. Woo!
Yay!
There it goes.
Okay, 2 micros left. We did this. Next TP at 203.75. Time to delete this level.
All right. So ES completed the stat with its overnight low. Crazy.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. So my next TP is set at London low. Okay, I cleaned my chart a little bit. And that's because of my magnets, of course.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, that's exactly when it started to work.
Yep.
That's crazy.
It must be this color, guys. Take notes, save screenshots, pictures, pink, blue, and black. Only this order. Don't try to mix colors. It's not gonna work. Only like this, and that's it. Family saved. Woohoo!
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeshwan. The stat, I mean, it's likely that the overnight high or low gets taken out at some point in the session. And it's also likely that either an IB high or low is taken. And so I just watch ES and NQ and just watch for those two things to happen. And NQ took out its overnight high and broke its IB high and low now, which is a weird thing. Speaking of stats, double IB break is weird. But ES had not taken out either until just now. And as we got, I don't know, 6 points away from the overnight high, that seemed like the more likely candidate for that. But yeah, that didn't happen. So, yeah. I'm happy I still got some decent scalps off down here, but that was definitely counter trend. Now I'm looking for at least 40. We're looking for 46.50 next. I can't believe I'm looking at downside targets right now. Yes,
68.25.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy, but right now it looks possible.
No, I agree. Yeah, ES and Q just not being on the same page today is definitely messing with me a little bit.
I put some projections on my chart. So London low seems like absolutely obvious TP right now. So 203.75, it's 1 point away higher than London high. So it also lines up with 2 and 2.5 standard deviation projections. So from a London low, we can get reaction back to 280, around so 280, 260. And if not going to break New York midnight open, free fall by the end of the day to 103, around so 100 technically. I think so. I noticed lots of people right now trading IB breaks. I never ever heard about this in my life, but I see lots of people keep mentioning about IB break, break, low break. What is that? Like, guys, share the secrets. Is it like good strategy?
It's not a secret. It's not a special strategy. The initial balance is the first hour of trading.
Initial balance, okay.
Yep. So that's the IB. Some folks, hold on. I got to try to figure out if I'm going to get in this trade or not. I am. So my range expectation for ES was actually just met there at 36. Somebody mentioned that the ES ATR is still 1 billion points right now. You got to like, the reason you can't stay glued to the ATR is if volatility contracts or expands quickly, it's not going to be an accurate thing. So you have to have some sort of way you can quantify that, whether it be with a look back period that you enjoy, something. Come on, baby, get out of here. Can we be done going down, please?
Okay, someone asking about projections. Let me show you what I put. Going to right now move my screen here. So for projections, sorry guys, I know like lots of levels on my chart. Gonna clean this a little bit. For projections, I used last swing low and swing high. So the very last move up before reversal. And normally, I'm not sure if you use projections. I expect to get reaction from the range between 2 and 2.5 back to the range between 1 and 1.5. And if it's going to hold this range, normally price trying to offer straight move towards 4 standard deviation. So I put this projection from here to here. Right now, look at this 2 standard deviation, which lines up with London low. And final TP set right below 100. So basically inside TGIF. Make sense? I hope so. Okay, I'm gonna bring this back. London low at 202.75, my TP at 203.75. Just in case.
Okay.
Solid green day.
Testing this previous low spot here. I will take one. I'm sorry. I switched again. All right. I'm on NQ
You
now.
stop and I guess it's okay. Oh, NQ, okay.
So I keep forgetting which screen everybody's looking at. Yeah. So what I was the thing that has been grinded me is, I mean, NQ has been a lot stronger today. We just got down and talked to NQ's V range, point extreme, and this was its London 30-second opening range. This is pretty much where all of this long started from. When London is almost entirely long like this, I've looked for a retest of this. The thing that's been messing with me today is that ES did it, and that's why I was long in here on ES. But now ES is below its London opening range, so I don't know. Mom and dad are fighting right now, pretty much is what's going on, and I'm just trying to scalp in between. Chris, I don't believe in bull traps. The market only goes up. There's no trap. The only trap is not being long enough. I'm just kidding. Okay.
I think I'm gonna trail my stop loss right now to this high. So 42 points in profit.
Let's see if this seller steps in here or not. I'm trying.
I would like to see a bit more to downside to offer deep retracement up again. So retracement is going to be like 80, 70 points on NQ from around 200. I think so, according to my projections. Let's see if I'm right.
Oh no! Rats! I hit the wrong hotkey. Dang it!
Oh, you closed your trade?
I did. Oh, nuts! Oh, that's okay. I can't be mad about taking profit, but it's okay. Yeah, I hit flatten instead of sell. Whoops.
Oh no.
That's okay. It's gonna go straight up now, just so everybody knows, chat. Yep, there it goes.
The news.
Oh,
he cut his trades. Time to
thank you.
Just break the roof.
That is the signal. That's the signal. Everybody caught it. I hope you guys saw it. Straight up now. New highs.
Look, by the way, amazing reaction from daily open. That's pretty much exactly what I wanted to see. Let me show you. I need to do this on my screen. Daily open. See, that's why I was waiting for this level. So I was in with 7 micros. Right now, 2 micros left. I took 5 micros off at this daily open. So technically just runners left. But daily open should offer reaction. Let me check. Yes, real quick. Oh, yes, also took London low. So we have SMT. So yeah, maybe, I don't know. I still would like to see lower, but maybe it will retrace deeper right now. Back to New York midnight open, back to 10 a.m. open. So there is a chance. So I agree with your longs right now. I didn't notice this initially, but your long was good.
Well, thanks, number one, but I need it to go a lot lower so that I didn't pull my trade for no reason. So now it needs to go to 0 so I don't have to think about it anymore. Yeah, ES is still, this is the SMT thing. When I just call it divergence between ES and NQ. When they're doing this and I don't have a high conviction either way, it's really hard for me to form like a non-scalping thesis. And I really don't have one. Because ES is continuation lower and like so is NQ. But NQ hasn't run that overnight low yet, like you said. So, yeah. They still look like crap, though. I mean, there's still a seller doing stuff. maybe it was a good thing that I closed my trade right then. Maybe that was meant to be.
Maybe. Only what I don't like about longs for the rest of the day. YM and ES below daily open. Yeah, 6 p.m. But in Q, broke below, but kind of stuck at this level. So it doesn't make me feel to long this. I can expect reaction to upside, but I cannot say I'm bullish. But yeah, scalp long possible. Saying about reversal just for now, not really. Maybe something will change, but I cannot say, oh, it's like, oh my God, it's reversal right now. Not really yet.
Yeah. Well, it like the other problem is like when we gap up, when we have that insane move like we've had, it's hard to keep that out of the back of my mind that there's like a literal vacuum below us that we gapped above. I mean, that is, as long as we continue to build volume up here, that is a sign of strength. But all right, now I'm sad. I'm going to cry in 10 more points. I'm going to cry. They even gave me the chance to get back in at my exit too.
I just noticed saw my PNL. It's just crazy big today.
What's up, Jim?
No crying in NinjaTrader Live. No
There's
crying.
No crying.
Come
Who's
on.
crying?
I'm the only one that cries, and that's when Christian tells his life story because he's my hero. Great job, you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think this day's over, man. I think there's going to be some action.
Yeah.
They only started. So yeah, definitely.
For
This
sure.
started at 11 a.m. So definitely PM session can be good.
Lumi, your levels are wicked good.
Yeah, so good so far. Let's see if it continues dropping. I mean, I don't mind.
Yeah, for sure.
No, that was a good short. I mean, you waited all morning for it. You called it that you were going to take it if this happened. As soon as we got on, and I think I was blabbing about something, and I saw us cross that 320 spot, and I was like, all right, Lumi, tell me when you get in the short. And you did. And yeah, we went all the way down there. It was great. Great trade.
Yeah, funny because once it broke 320, it's just never in drawdown trade. Never, ever. Just immediately went in profit.
Yep.
Cool.
Stowe, man, I'm getting all positive vibes this weekend, man.
Good.
Good. All positive vibes going forward.
That sounds good.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I had to change my shirt from Capital Preservation Friday with PAX because on Capital Preservation Friday, there's like a time zone adjustment with respect to Martini o'clock. It's a weird thing. It happens around the globe, but that time changes. It adjusts forward.
Good.
Let me shake it around. Oh, all right.
So you roll forward on Friday, but you never roll back though. So it's like it's always all right. Cool, that makes sense. That's a good contract you're working with.
I get to meet Lumi. You're coming, right, Lumi? I'm seeing you in Miami, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. I can't wait to meet you. I want to remind everybody in the chat to check on if you did kind of register for the Miami thing, if you're in that area, you haven't seen an email from us. Check your spam filter, your junk filter. If you're still having trouble, shoot off an email to me at learn@ninjatrader.com, LEARN. I think that's how you spell learn, at ninjatrader.com, and I'll help you track it down. So we've already had a few people email me, so I know email is a tricky business these days. But we want you to meet the gang. You can meet Lumi, you can meet Stowe. It's going to be awesome. By the way, May 15th, Lumi, we're tripping up to Pittsburgh for a Pittsburgh Pirates game, but more importantly, to see the midnight marathons play live.
Midnight marathons. Lumi, it'll be warm by then if you wanted to bring the fam. Yeah, it'll be warm. Yeah. In theory, it'll probably be raining, but it will at least be in the 40s to 50s, which we consider warm.
You think about this.
Bring Mr. Lumi. It'll be fun. We're a lot of fun. You'll see Shy's going to come. We got Mike Burke's going to come. Mike Burke's the best. You got Mike Burke's going to come, Shy, and then another fella from Ninja that's going to be good.
I will think about this. Yeah, we're gonna move on May 28th, so I guess I will have time.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, we're
Well,
moving to South Florida.
oh, nice.
I already hate this, but yeah.
Even
What part-
warmer.
Even warmer, yeah.
What part of South Florida, real quick?
So we're gonna live in Boca Raton.
Ooh.
Got it.
Yeah,
Got it. Very
Central
nice.
Boca.
Very
Yeah.
nice. All right, couple announcements, guys. Other than the Miami thing, actually only one announcement. Don't forget, Sunday night. Sunday night, 2 hours, kicking off Sunday night with Craig Shapiro and company in NinjaTrader Live. Pax will be there, Sarah's there, and Farm. It's a great way to kind of start your week, know what we're up against, kind of look at what happened going backward the previous week, what happens over the weekend. It's a super, super great show. And that's then followed right after that, right? It's seamless. We have our friends at Kraken doing the crypto closeout show with Ponzi Trader and Trader Main. That's also awesome. So that's 2 hours Sunday night. Great way to start the week off for sure. And you'll see the Globex open and the bell ring and all the good analysis that's done by the NinjaTrader Live crew. So hopefully we'll see you Sunday night. Having said all that, let's give these two a round of applause for a job well done.
Thanks, buddies. Thanks for hanging, chat.
Yeah, super cool. All right, guys, listen, you
Yeah.
guys have a fantastic weekend. Stowe, Lumi, thank you so much. I will talk to you next week. I will see you next week also. I can't
Yep.
wait for that. And then I'm going to do a quick edge report, and we're going to wrap it up for the day. So thank you,
Cool.
guys.
All right, thanks.
Bye, guys.
Oh, my goodness. All right, so E-mini S&P, interesting day today. So tight range today. This is a 10-minute chart. I got my 10-minute chart. It's usually my go-to chart. And just look at the top bar. I got this plugin that Mike Burke made for us, and it gives some stats on the market that we're looking at. And one of the things I'm looking at is average range. It's a 34-day average range. It's 124 points. And then I look at where are we at today? 41 points. That's 33% of that average range. So super tight range right away. Now, then the second thing I do at this point in the day, I'm going to look at the volume. The volume is 818,000. That's not bad. I mean, it's not a huge amount of volume. It's, we're not going to break any records, but it's still a pretty decent pace that we've added since the open. So that's kind of number two. And then number three, I'm like, all right, we're going into a weekend where there's still a lot of friction, a lot of conflict. So is it going to be risk off by the end of the day? So all of those things put together, I'm thinking we're not going to end with a 33% range today. We're going to break out one way or the other. And in my humble opinion, and I could be totally wrong, everybody, don't get short right now just because I am. But we might see a breakout to the downside. And so let's just take a look at some of those targets that I have on my screen. We have the pivot down at 43. That's the daily pivot. It's a very common indicator that a lot of people use. JAX 3 down here at 68.25. And then S1 is a little bit below that at 86.10. So there's three really discrete targets on the downside that are well within reach of that range. On the upside, we got a lot of work to do. I'm not even going to get too excited until we break that VWAP. And that VWAP is at 68.66. And just to put it in a little bit more perspective, let's just go to a daily chart really quickly here. And you can see the start of a turnaround doji. I mean, if we close right here, I'm going to call it a turnaround doji. But really nice rally. Remember, all month, the month of April, right? We started back here on the 31st, and then we just kind of ripped up. And now it's like, all right, there's a pause here. This could be a significant pause. And a lot of times you see that after these big rips higher. There'll be some candle patterns here we'll be able to identify also on Monday and Tuesday. So best of luck, everybody. That's today's this afternoon. It is this afternoon, actually, now that we're going to 1 o'clock on Friday, Edge Report. And I do want to thank everybody for being part of the NinjaTrader community. You guys are the best community that I've been involved in. I love being here. Thank you so much for all your positive support, the subscriptions, the thumbs up, all of that good stuff. Appreciate you guys. Remember, going into a weekend, especially going into the weekend, most important message, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you Sunday night.